All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad you're watching a free 24-hour TV and welcome to today's show. Today, we are winding it up and we are having the State of the Nation update. And in the State of the Nation update, we are going to ask one big question that at the end of this show, we'll be able to get some answers. So, the big question that we're asking today, you'll find that a lot has happened throughout the week, a lot has happened this month, and a lot is yet to happen. So, the entire week, you've seen a lot of things happening with the recent one, what happened today, the appointment of the ambassadors and the heads of missions. You've seen the Azimio party leader receiving the NADCO report. We've seen the president attending events today being the International Women's Day. He was in Embu. The other day, you saw the president in Homa Bay. Yesterday, you saw the president, and it has all been about women. I think it came at the right time when we are going to celebrate the International Women Day. And the president even gave some promises to the women, whereby he promised that in the next coming election, we might have a woman deputy president. So the question that we are going to ask today is has Raila finally joined the government? This and many other stories making up headline, many other issues affecting the Kenyan politics. Just keep it here at a free 24-hour open political debate. So if you're joining me for the first time, kindly start by subscribing to our channel. Our channel is Afrique 24 Hour. Just go to YouTube and select and type Afrique 24 Hour, subscribe and turn on the notification bell. So welcome on board and start by subscribing, and you can also like the video and share with your friends and relatives. With me is Jeff Mburu, who will also be helping me to steer this kind of debate. So welcome on board, ladies and gentlemen. So before maybe I even play even a video, I just want to welcome Jeff to say hi to everyone, then we'll proceed. Jeff, karibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leo, for the opportunity and also for inviting me to come and participate in your show. We love Afrique 24 because you always give us the opportunity to air our views. And I also want to invite those that are watching us and tell them you can also come live here so that we can participate on State of the Nation. I'm one of the patriots. That's why every time when you are having the political show, if I don't join, I feel burning myself. So I hope we're going to enjoy in this show. Thank you so much, Mr. Leo.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for getting our opportunity to join this wonderful discussion. And I would also want to invite the people who would also wish to participate in this conversation to join through the link that I'm going to share on the comment section. So in the comment section there, you can just click on the link and ensure you configure your audio and video, and you'll find yourself in the show. I can also see Kijana Mtol TV has already joined the show. Karibu sana, and hakikisha kwa wakati unajiunga nasi pia wewe unakaribisha wengine. So you can participate easily. You can start by giving a comment. Let us know where you are joining from, or maybe who you are, and your thoughts and views concerning the political discussions that we're having today. And if you also wish to join the studio, which I think is the best thing that you can do at this particular time, just use the link that I've shared there and join the studio. Kwa wale wanatazama on Facebook, you can also like and share the video so that your friends can also be able to get this. So before I even ask a question or maybe initiate a discussion, I just want to brief you on what happened. Today, the Azimio leader received the NADCO report, and this is the remarks that he had after receiving the report from the majority leader and the minority leader. Remember, this is a report that was adopted after a lengthy discussion that happened in the Bomas of Kenya, and the commission was formed, or the committee was formed after the stoppage of the demonstrations that were taking place in this country as a result of the 2022 elections. So when the Azimio side decided to stop or oppose the demonstrations, they appointed members in that committee who came up with the report that was handed over to Raila Amolo Odinga today. I can see Patrick Mbai, karibu sana. Patrick Mbai is joining us from a place called Tarakaniti County, Chuka Town. Feel welcomed and ensure that you also inform some other friends, some other members who are in Chuka that they should keep on watching and joining Afrique TV. Here is where we connect you with African stories. So you can have a look at this.
Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah and Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. This is the NADCO team, and I've been very delighted to welcome them here at our center to present a report of NADCO. You, of course, members of the fourth estate, live in Kenya, and you know very much the circumstances that led to the formation of this NADCO. At that time, Kenya was aflame, and as has already been pointed out, very many innocent Kenyans lost their life. But now we have this report, and I'm only going to say a few things. We have today received the report of the National Dialogue Committee, which is a negotiated document that pulled the country out of hostilities to the peace that we have today. Two, I want to thank the two leaders, His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka and Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, the leadership that enabled us to get where we are today. I also thank the members from both sides of the talks for the commitment and dedication to national duty that they displayed. Four, getting into dialogue with an antagonist anywhere on earth is not an easy choice. It was not easy for Azimio to get into dialogue with the Kenya Kwanza. I believe it was equally not easy for our Kenya Kwanza counterparts. So thank you, Steve and Honorable Ichung'wah, for successfully navigating the strong undercurrents. Five, as we have said before, this document is not perfect, but it is a good start. If fully implemented, it offers an opportunity for peace and reforms that could put this country on a path of prolonged stability and equity in the years ahead. Six, as was the case with the process, this document has enemies from reactionary forces across the political divide, inside and outside Parliament. It requires vigilance. We need to look back and reflect on the circumstances that led to the dialogue and whether we really want to take Kenya back there. As we have said before, there are things we agreed to disagree on, and that includes the issue of the cost of living, which is of much importance to us. The government side demanded that we leave that matter to them, and we agreed for purposes of helping the country to move forward. But this is still a debt, and we are going to continue to press them to address this issue of high cost of living. We got positive results on a number of areas, including the electoral justice, transfer of all devolved functions, and the requisite resources to the county governments, raising equitable share to the county government to not less than 20% of all revenue collected by the national government from the current 15%, among others. 9, we believe that these are significant reform mileages that, if implemented, can help strengthen our governance and electoral processes and safeguard our continuing quest to make Kenya a functioning democracy. 10. The issues contained in this document are not Azimio or Kenya Kwanza issues. These are Kenyan issues. They are our aspirations as the people of Kenya. Those issues should unite, not divide us. 11. Our position is that the report, including the various legislative proposals attendant to it, should be implemented without any alterations. And I want to repeat that our position is that the report, including the various legislative proposals attendant to it, should be implemented without alterations. We also feel strongly that the remaining processes be fast-tracked in Parliament. 13. In this regard, we need leadership from the very top, and therefore urge parliamentary leadership of the two coalitions, Honorable Chungwa and Honorable Wandai, to demonstrate patriotism, provide real leadership, and steer the next critical step.
I think you heard that. Sorry if you've heard that. That is Raila Odinga giving his remarks after receiving the report by the NADCO committee. So there are so many things that they're going to look into in this report.
The other matters which have been referred to us are dealt with, and that report is implemented in the full. That is something that will be coming hereafter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't think we'll have questions because we'll be provided with copies of the report for you to interrogate on your own. But I invite you to a photo session in the absence of.
Good, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is the video that I was talking of. Raila today officially received the NADCO report, and you've heard how you've talked about the report. You've described how people decided to come together and come up with such kind of report. And you've also addressed some of the issues that the report is going to address. And one of the main things that people are looking into was the cost of living, because if you look at those demonstrations, it had some signature whereby people are putting on the sufurias on their head to signify that the cost of living was high and they're not able to cook. But you've said this one, they've agreed, is going to be left to the Kenya Kwanza government, meaning the report did not address it fully, but left it as a matter that is going to be looked into by the Kenya Kwanza government. So the question that I want to ask you, Jeff, do you think that the report that Raila received today has solved or is going to solve the problems that made Kenyans to go on the street?
Thank you so much, Mr. Leo, for that good question. And this is how I would like to see it. That, yes, it is important for the leaders to sit down and reason together. But as for this report, which we have been trying to review in Africa 24, we saw that there is nothing for the common Mwananchi to celebrate. As much as the Right Honorable Raila Odinga is telling us that it is not Azimio report or Kenya Kwanza report. When you go through the report, you see much of the things that they are discussing things about leadership. It's more of leadership. The issue of punguza mzigo, the great burden that Kenyans are carrying, nobody bothers to talk about them. For instance, Leo, there is a reason why we pay a lot of taxes. There is a reason why Kenya is not able to develop itself. But nobody wants to discuss those pertinent issues that are supposed to be tackled. For instance, after we attained the 2010 Constitution, we never abolished the provincial administration. We added another administration of the counties on top of another administration. So, and remember, Kenya is a very small country. As I have been saying, if you had led a court proposed constitution, that is what would have helped Kenyans. But because it was proposed by maybe somebody who is not politically powerful, or he is not a political heavyweight, they decided to put it down. So thinking that William Ruto, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo, and the likes of Uhuru will ever offer solutions to our problems, it's a big lie to ourselves. So we need to think as Kenyans and ask ourselves questions, hard questions. Are these people working for us, or are they working for themselves? Because they don't tackle those issues that affect the nation. For instance, Leo, 50% of our revenue goes to the recurrent expenditure. Not only that, the balance of what we collect as taxes goes to pay debts. So we are left with nothing for development. Is that how it's supposed to be? But when they sit down as leaders, do they discuss such issues on how do we lower down our recurrent expenditure? How do we ensure prudent use of our scarce resources? How do we ensure that there is fair distribution of resources? For instance, there is something that during campaign, especially the people of Central Kenya were talking about. One shilling, one man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. Meaning that people, the revenue should be distributed basing on the population, so that those who contribute more are also able to get more because there are more people. But did they even discuss about such things? No. That is why you see, especially where I come from, a place like Kiabu, it is very hard to give bursaries of more than 2,000 or 3,000. So the governor has to look for other means to try to get bursary, but from the bursary kitty, it becomes very hard. So equalization, those are the kinds of things that we will still need to discuss as Kenyans, but this was an opportunity for the leaders to tackle those issues that affect the common mwananchi. But the moment they sit down, they think of who will occupy which position, which other great position shall we create so that the leaders may be comfortable, which I think, to me, it is being very selfish. So we need leaders who are neutral, who are selfless, who don't just think of themselves, but leaders who will say we have problems as a nation, and we have come down not to think of ourselves, but to think of the generations to come. So that's what I can say for now. There is nothing for us to celebrate.
I get you. You're saying there's nothing for us to celebrate because the issue of the cost of living has not been addressed, though they've only addressed the issue of positions. And maybe we are yet to get to know what has fully been confirmed in that report, because the report is going to be taken to Parliament. And Raila Odinga has asked the Parliament to pass it the way it is in totality, without amendments, without changing anything. Do you think this is going to be possible, or the MPs are going to sit down and look and say that, you see, this thing was not tackled, this thing, let us add this? Do you think the MPs will vote it the way it is, or they will be able to amend it and make some changes to benefit the common mwananchi?
Then what is the essence of sending the report to Parliament if you don't allow the members of Parliament to discuss it freely and come up with other different proposals and do some amendments? I think we should come out of this culture of some few people who think that they have the power to control the destination or the destiny of a nation, to make decisions for the majority. For instance, this small team, the NADICO team, they were being controlled either by the president or by the prime minister. So it doesn't mean that everything that they have put down there captures the mind of the majority of the people. The reason why we have the members of Parliament is because they are representatives of the people on the ground. So when you don't give them a chance to deliberate on such weighty matters and come up with their ideas, then there is no reason of having the Parliament. So for me, I would say no, they should not just pass the report. They should go through it, remove what they think is not necessary for Kenyans, and put their ideas, because the moment people brainstorm together, some of these members of Parliament are very sharp, both in Senate and Parliament. So let us give them a chance also to air their views, and let the people with the best ideas be heard, and we get the best of the report that will be implemented. If at all their plan is to help the nation, but is that what they want? So the reason why they are saying, like, just like they had said BBI, you know, these people, they don't want us to be heard. They are suffocating the nation. So let the members of Parliament discuss the report and put whatever they want to put and remove whatever they want to remove. That's what I think. But as far as I'm concerned, there is nothing good that has come out of that report.
You've had the retired Prime Minister say that, you see, on matters of electoral reforms, it was sorted. So do you think we are not going to see any demonstrations again, or we are not going to see any complaints in the future, in the coming elections, about the electoral body, that is the IEBC? Because you've said that that matter, they talked, the committee came with better recommendations, and I think he feels it has been sorted.
You see, Mr. Leo, there is nothing like the issue of electoral processes being sorted in Kenya. The problem has never been our laws or our processes. The problem is ourselves, our behaviors, our attitude, our mistrust. So since we have not decided to change as a people, to be honest as a people, because remember, it's not like we are going to import people from another continent to come and do our elections. We are using Kenyans. So however much we keep on coming up with this and that report and saying now we have a good report, nothing. We have to change our culture. That if I am the chairperson, I have to be honest 100%. If I am a commissioner, I have to be honest 100%. That we don't need to have so many people monitoring the same election because we have electoral body. What happens in many other nations where people are honest, where people are not corrupt. So we have to change our ways of doing things. We have to think of a bigger picture of our nation rather than thinking of ourselves or who is in leadership. However, it is good to come up with those proposals. But remember, we had the Kivoito Commission. We complained. We said it's not good, it's not competent. We kicked them out. We had Isaac Hassan. We complained. We kicked them out. now we had the Chebukati team. We complained, almost throwing the nation to the dogs. And now we have come up with all these proposals. At the end of the day, you have commissioners, you have the chairperson and all that. But these people have not come from heaven. They are Kenyans. After the general election, one person must win and the other one will be a loser. Will they accept? Will they accept? That is the big question. Because it doesn't matter who is in office. So for me, I think it's just exercise in futility. It's telling us now we have a deal. Sometimes we think of being represented in the commission, that so and so is from my side, so he is likely to favor me. That's not what we want. We want a situation whereby, Leo, when you become a chairperson, you become a chairperson, not representing anybody, not representing any party, representing the nation of Kenya, to give Kenyans the result as they have voted, in such a way that people will say, this is how we voted, and we have got the report just as we voted. So we don't want people thinking of, I am the one who fronted this person, so he is likely to rig for me. I'm sorted because I have my man there. You know, that is the kind of culture that we need to change.
So you're saying that culture need to change. So it cannot be changed by a committee sitting together in Bomas and saying that we've sorted the issue. It's true, we've been seeing people sitting together all along, but we still have the problem. So you're trying to say that we need to work on our trust, so that we have to trust our institutions and we give them full support. Because right now, even if you bring your own person, the other person will have a feeling that, you see, Jeff knows that man, so there's no way this man will fail to give Jeff a win. So
exactly,
it simply means we don't trust our institutions. How do you think we can trust this institution?
By the way,
it
Leo,
has never been there. Yeah.
Do you know, in America here, we don't mostly vote on the last day or on the voting day. We start voting a long time before the voting, the actual voting day. We even vote online. You just go fill your name and the candidate that you prefer. And you trust that the people who will count will not tamper with the system. You know, that is an aspect of honesty, of which now in our nation, the reason why we have been having all these problems, it is because we are suffering from mistrust. Not just suffering from mistrust, is because we have decided not to be trustworthy in such a way that we don't have just to think of the commission. Think of a situation whereby you have been employed by somebody and this person has entrusted you with his business and you handle his money. Can you be accountable for each and every coin without stealing something and putting it in the pocket? I can tell you for sure, it is very hard in our nation, because I have dealt with people. Getting an honest person, it is maybe 1 out of 10,000. People who will handle your money and not steal anything. That is the situation in our country. So the commissioners we get, they are from the same community. The leaders that we get, they look like us, because we are not getting them anywhere else. That is why I have said we have to start rethinking on how we do things. We have to start being honest people. We have to start looking at the nation as bigger than ourselves. That the moment I get an opportunity, I don't just think of enriching myself. These leaders, the reason why they feel like they can even fight and even kill to become leaders, it is because it is not about even the salary they are going to get. It is not even about the services they are going to offer to the nation. It is about how they are going to loot from Kenyans, to steal from Kenyans. Other opportunities that they get apart from the remuneration that they get. So that all those things, you know, it becomes so complicated and it confuses the nation. That is why these people compromise a lot. Nobody wants to go there and do what is right. Because if we are doing what is right, Leo, we would have been talking of a nation of 50 million people having 47 governors, surely, 47 senators, 47 women representatives, hundreds of members of parliament.
And the deputy governors,
and deputy governors, and so many uncountable MCAs and provincial administrators. Remember, this is a very small country. Now, if you have all these high offices, how is it sustainable? Those are kind of things we are supposed to be discussing. But is there any leader who want to talk about those pertinent issues that we are supposed to be handling? None of them. All they think is, I want to be in the office. After I get the office, I will try to be in good books with everybody. They want to please all the governors, so nobody can say, can we reduce the counties? Because if they say that, the governors are going to campaign. Or that's a very unpopular kind of a direction. Nobody want to touch those hot issues that can make them unpopular. But I hope that one day we'll get a leader in Kenya who will say it is okay even if I govern for 5 years, but put the nation in the right perspective. We were supposed to abolish completely the provincial administration. We don't need those county commissioners. What are they doing? We don't need, it's confusing. The real proposal that we are supposed to come up with is we need to have people that are employed by the government that we can afford to pay comfortably. You see? Let other people go.
I get you, Jeff. You say Kenyans will really wish, and according to the Punguza Mizigo, that became unpopular. I don't know how it became unpopular. It proposed to reduce the number of these state officers. Even the constitution, it declared that when you are having the cabinet secretaries, it defines the number, the minimum and the maximum number. And the current constitution did away with what used to be called the assistant ministers. But we've been seeing what is called the CAS.
I had even forgotten the cabinet secretaries. Now
we are having the CAS, the chief administrative secretary. And remember, even the current president appointed a number that exceeded the one that President Uhuru Kenyatta appointed. And thanks for the courts that halted the process. Right now, we'll be having a bunch of people earning salaries.
Do you know why they do that? They do that for political reasons, because they want to please their followers or their supporters. Oh, we have our man, we have our person in the cabinet secretary, so that if I am the president, I will be popular everywhere. But is it good for the nation? Because a cabinet secretary, an assistant to the cabinet, is a very high-profile person. We'll have drivers, we'll have security, we'll have so many benefits. So that's why I'm saying it's okay for the government to employ people, but not at that level. The moment you have so many governors, it means the expenditure for Kenya will go very high. The moment you have all these people with big offices, it means we are paying a lot of money, because one office comes with a lot of requirements. So that is why it is very important to reduce them. That does not mean that people will not be represented, but reduce them to the number that we can comfortably sustain. It is not sustainable. So we will keep on talking about taxes, but under prudent use of money. You cannot be using almost all your money for recurrent expenditure and think that there is something you are doing. There is nothing we are doing as a nation. Whatever we are using for development is borrowed money. You can imagine. Yes. So that is why we want people who are serious, people who will sit down, look at the Constitution. The Constitution is okay, but the Constitution is written by people. Revisit the Constitution and critically remove every office that the nation can do without. You see? Then we tighten other offices like the anti-corruption offices, the ethics, you know, we have some offices, I don't know even whether they are operating this cohesion thing. I don't even see their work. We don't even hear them. We need to strengthen some of the offices while doing away with others. That is the only way we will have a good nation. But right now, Kenya is suffocating because our recurrent expenditure is very high. It's unsustainable. But did they even bother to think about it? They don't think it's a problem. Ruto is very happy having all those positions where he can appoint people, wherever chukua hiyo. At the end of the day, he can stand in the platform and tell people, si munaona nimeajiri watu wenu. So it is us, the common mwananchi, who is paying the taxes, who should say enough is enough. We cannot continue paying all these people. It is not sustainable. Because, and the other thing, it's not just paying them salaries. They are corrupt. So the more governors you have, the more corruption they come up with. So we need to reduce those offices, at least tukuwe na wezi wachache. Tupuguze wezi.
I get you. I can see also having Honorable Vincent here. So Vincent, just before you came, we were just looking at something that some of the political happenings that happened in this country over the week. You've seen the week has been busy politically, and today, as we were winding up Friday, it was on a high notch, being that it was the International Women's Day. So, you know, when I talk of women, they like being appreciated. They like being shown some attention. And for that reason, you saw the president in Embu today. And when the president went to Embu, he talked of something that we'll talk of later about the ambassadors and the people who've been sent in various missions in different countries. So after that, one of the major political thing that happened today, you saw the Right Honorable Raila Odinga receiving the NADCO report. After the NADCO report, he gave some positive remarks, commended and appreciated the team that initiated the report, and asked the parliament.
I don't know what is happening with Leo.
So, can you get me? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you have disappeared from the screen.
Vincent, if maybe I just allow you to give your opening remarks, and just a simple question. Do you think that the report that was received today has solved the problems that made people to go on the streets? You're aware of some of the reasons why people on the streets, whether they were perceived or they're real. So do you think the report today that was received by Raila is going to be a solution?
Okay, good evening, Leo and Jeff and our viewers, and happy International Women's Day to our ladies and our women and our mothers. We love you so much, and we I can't say much about how much we love our moms and our sisters and our girlfriends and our wives and our daughters. Leo, on the question you just asked, I will first start by saying that there was no reason behind the protest that we had last year, other than politics and demanding a seat on the table. And we all understand the game that Raila plays so well. So I think the only thing that was happening last year was pushing Raila to the top, and that happened really, really well. And we have seen today that now the mission is complete by seeing the appointment of his sister that was predicted last year. I remember Rigathi Gachagua saying that Raila wants appointment for his sister as an ambassador, and it has come to pass. So I think the only thing that happened today is that we who are saying that Maandamano was meant for someone to get a seat on the table, we have indicated today. That's, I think, the best opening remark that I can give about what you just asked.
I get you, Honorable Vincent, and actually, I was to go to the appointments that happened. In the report, Raila indicated that there are so many things that the committee agreed on and outlined the best measures to tackle them. Though there are some, like the cost of living, you said the government said that one should be left to the Kenya Kwanza government, so they'll do something to ensure that the cost of living is lowered. And one remarkable thing was about the electoral injustice or the electoral issues that we've been having in Kenya. And Raila have said that the report and the people sorted that issue. So do you think we are not going to have any electoral complaints in the near future, or that one was just for the sake of cameras and for the sake of maybe achieving what they intended to achieve?
Leo, what do you expect? What do you expect? We will always have the same problems, and very soon, this time around, we are going to see now a rebellion towards Raila, and that's what is going to happen. So, what we anticipate to see in the next few unfolding in the next few days is that IBC will be selected, and there will be chaos. I will tell you, there will be chaos before 2027, and we will all be here to witness that. There's a little noise in my background. Give me around a minute so that I solve the
All right,
problem
it's
and come
okay,
back.
it's okay. I can see somebody there, though I can't see him well. All right, good. I can now see him through TV. Yeah. Welcome to the show, and to the guys who are joining us right now. This is a Freak 24-hour TV, and this is our open political talk show. And as we are winding the week, we normally have a state of the nation updates. So among the updates that we're having today is what you saw today: Raila receiving the NADCO report, giving some commendations and talking nicely about the team that managed to sit down and come up with the talk. Of course, they're also going to look at the latest appointments that were done by the president, where a lot of women were given opportunities, and the president also acknowledged that he is really ready to empower women. And being the International Women's Day, I think the week has been about women. It all started in Homa Bay. From Homa Bay today, you saw it being crowned in Embu. And for the first time, we are having a caucus for women governors. They call themselves the G7. I don't know if it is the Great Seven or whatever. So you've seen this one even made the president yesterday to make some promises that almost people read it politically, that he's ditching his current deputy, when he promised that we are going to have a female deputy president in the near future, though he did not state whether it is in the 2027 or 2032. And because 2027 is still future, somebody can speculate. So the first thing that we are looking at today, or the first item, Zalendo, when you came, we saw Raila giving remarks after receiving the NADCO report. What do you have to say about the report and Raila's remarks? Is it that finally the deal has been sealed, or is it that finally the intention of the demonstrations have been achieved?
Yes, let me start with the last sentence that you made. That the results of the demonstrations have been achieved. But first, let me greet my fellow panelists, Honorable Vincent, Mburu, and of course, Leo. First of all, Leo, I was at the backstage for a very long time. I don't know why you are looking down. I was there seated for a very long time waiting for you to
Sorry for that.
admit
I
me
didn't
into the
know you
studio.
cannot add yourself. Sorry for that.
Yeah, so we have been saying this to Azimio supporters for a very long time, that it is always about Raila Odinga and what he wants to achieve. It's never been about the people. Kenya is in a situation whereby we are metamorphosizing into a new generation of politicians. Raila and his generation pushed us to multi-party democracy. And I think now we need to push our agenda, what we want for the people of Kenya. It's never about them. They should always fight for the people of Kenya. And you saw what happened in the demonstration. So many people died. We were those who are on the streets every day, thinking that the cost of living was the reason why people were on the streets. But as it has turned out, is that Raila and the rest of Azimio troop, the only person who has refuted that troop, that document is Eugene Momalo. I just brushed through it, but I can't confirm anything in that document until I go through it properly. But just to give you an overview of the developments that I've seen in the political scene, you saw Charity Ngilu, a principal in Azimio, literally begging for a job indirectly from William Ruto. She is also supposed to join government very, very, very soon. William Ruto has succeeded in getting into Azimio, scattering it to now small fragments. And you can see Baba has been pushed to his backyard in Nyanza. Kalonzo is going to be pushed to his backyard in Ukambani. And that is how the politics will unfold. And in 2027, all these political leaders, Leo, write this down and write it somewhere in capital letters, that Raila Odinga will support William Ruto for 2027. Write it in capital letters, and make sure you do a billboard on it, and that is exactly what will happen. There
And
will
maybe
be
if
no...
I just ask you a question on that,
Yes.
I know in politics things change. Somebody will support you today, the next day that person will support another person. It's never like constant.
No.
So let me
Yeah.
ask you. So in a situation whereby if what you're saying happens, Raila supporting William Ruto, so what will happen to William Ruto's deputy, or why will he be supporting William Ruto in exchange of what?
You see why you are aiming so low. You are looking at the deputy position right now. That is how low the principles have become. They have already known that the presidency is out of question. So who is going to be pushed out? It is Gachagua. But let me give you just a brief history, or maybe you might think that Ruto will do the same thing that other people have been doing. That's absolutely wrong. Ruto will still stick with his man called Gachagua, only if Gachagua styles up in the next few years and stop being a Kikuyu leader and a national leader. But even if you were to replace Gachagua, you would replace him with a Kikuyu. You would not replace him with a Luo or any other tribe. And for one reason, Ruto knows how to give back. He's a Christian. He's not going to do what happened to him in his term with, or tenure with, Uhuru Kenyatta. So about politics, things changing. The dynamics of politics change by the day. It's only in Africa and in Kenya where the dynamics change by the day. You have been wired to think that a politician can change his mind anytime or his belief anytime. It is so irrelevant for an opposition leader to join government. It means that in the beginning, he had no particular stand, or he didn't believe in what he was saying. So in Kenya, we need politicians of
maybe
principle.
as you continue, the main reason why people go for elections is that they want to form government. So nobody doesn't go for elections to become an opposition leader. So if today you are contesting and Jeff is also contesting, you both want to be in the government. And if you can have an opportunity of being in that government without facing the voters, yes, your target was being in the government. Is there anything wrong with that? Because
Yeah. That is why, the opposition leader crafted BBI, saying that they came up with this silly argument that when you lose the election, we need all to be winners, and winners means that we all need to be in government. In any context, there has to be a loser, all right? And in any context, in the constitution is very, very clear that after 5 years, you have given a chance to check, to try again, and participate in the same process. It is never a permanent position for the presidency. The presidency in Kenya is contested, or any other elective post is contested after every 5 years. So if you had things that you believe in, if you are campaigning against me, and you, Leo, you are campaigning against me, and my principles and my policies were so different, and you ended up forming a government, the only thing I have to do is to keep you on check, on what you had promised the people, or to negotiate with you in a manner that some of my policies that I was driving can be bipartisan. And the only way we do that, we do it in parliament, whereby I make sure that my MPs or my senators bring bills that are favorable to my political party. That is the only way you can work with the government. Not to work with the government to look for positions. That is selfish. That is absolutely selfish.
I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. I just want to give this opportunity to Honorable Vincent. I'll get back to you on the same issue, and you'll remember before or sometime towards the 2022 general election, and months after the election, the president and the deputy maintained that we know Raila is somebody who likes handshake, and for this we're not going to have a handshake. There's no way Raila will join our government. We'll ensure that we send him home. So, Honorable Vincent, what do you think that supporter who supported William Ruto, because William Ruto promised them that they will not allow a handshake with Raila? And when I talk of handshake in this context, handshake is whereby you people, you get in my government, I can give you positions, I can give you some benefits and such kind of things. Because if you look at what had happened, the same thing that happens, maybe it had happened differently, but it is the same kind of handshake that happened between Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta that we are seeing now. And later on, I'm going to show you the list of the people who've been appointed as ambassadors and the head of missions. Raila's sister is among the people who've been appointed by the president today. And remember, the president said that we are going to form a government of hustlers. We don't want these dynasties. And you know very well the president is the appointing authority, of which Raila did not appoint his sister, but is the president who've done it. How do you think the supporters of the president are feeling right now? Don't they feel betrayed?
Leo, I don't know which supporters you're talking about, because I am the biggest supporter of the president, and and I told you here last time that I was at the forefront campaigning and protecting the votes of my president, and I don't feel a hitch, because the best thing that the president has done to our country is managing our politics without too much problems, too much confusion, too much wastage in terms of what happened. You saw what happened with Uhuru last year. You saw what happened with Uhuru last year. Am I being heard?
You're audible. I can hear you. I can hear you. Just proceed.
Okay, so as I was saying, what happened with Uhuru in the last 5 years? There was a lot of confusion when they came together, Raila and Uhuru. But with William Ruto, he's managed to do it in a very let me say, in a very diplomatic way, because the way he's managed Raila is a way that shows that William Ruto is a political master, because we all thought that Raila will be the biggest enemy of the president right now, and we thought that
Honorable Vincent, maybe you didn't get me well. I'll just maybe I get you. I'm asking in this issue. The president promised the supporters that I'm not going to create jobs for the dynasties. Those people who
I'm
lose
getting
elections should go home. We've
I'm
seen
getting
the
there.
president appointing Raila's blood sister. Is this one not an insult to the hustlers who are waiting for this kind of position? Why couldn't he
First of
just stand his word and say, Raila, you lost elections, you need to go home, relax? And one of the things that he used to accuse Raila of looking for employment for his family members, and now William Ruto is helping Raila to do that. Is this one not an insult?
as a William Ruto supporter, I just said here that I don't feel betrayed at all, because we all anticipated that to happen, and only that it took a little too long. But the only difference I'm trying to explain here is how the handshake happened. And I will tell you that appointing Raila's daughter is one way of saying that Raila brokered a deal with the president that if we are to allow you manage the country in peace, we need something in return, and that's what we've seen today. We have seen two coincidences at the same time. We've seen reports being presented to the two candidates, and we've seen the sister of Raila being appointed as ambassador. I will say that those who feel disappointed in our side, and I'm sorry for them, because siasa vile tunajua hufai kuweka kwa kifua, hufai kuweka kwa mapafu. So uiweke tu hapo kwa mdomo, ukikohoa tu inaondoka. Usiweke siasa kwa roho. That's all I can say, because I feel like if you didn't anticipate this kind of a situation to happen, then you should check on your political knowledge, because Raila Odinga was really becoming a problem to President Ruto last year, and if that continued, the president could have even we could have even gone to anarchy right now. We could be in the Western countries, Western Africa countries that have seen over 5 coups in the past 3 years. We could be the 6th country and the first one in East Africa to see that coup happen. But William Ruto, as a leader, decided to sit Raila down and try to talk to him as a brother and as a friend, and told him that I need to manage this economy in a proper way. I am trying to stabilize the economy, and your goons are destroying everything that I'm building. Because you also what happened last year to especially this road that we are still paying for, the expressway. It was demolished in less than 3 hours. That the road that took over 11 months to build, it was not 3 years to build. It took only 3 hours to destroy something that
Yes, yes,
cost the
Honorable
taxpayers.
Vincent, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. Let me take this opportunity. I have seen Mary Rawel, Karibu Sana. Let me also welcome those on the comment section. If you're joining me for the first time, Karibu Sana, welcome to Afrique 24 Hour. This is a political talk show that gives you an opportunity to connect with the African political stories. I can see Geoffrey Ruto. Geoffrey Ruto is saying that the Rift Valley are in support for Riggy. It will be a great mistake if Ruto replaces Rigiji with someone else, while his presidency seems secured for the second term. I note that. And William Ruto, kindly, you can also go ahead and elaborate to us why you think that the second term seemed to be secure and Ruto doesn't need to maybe make some other political formations. Nataka ile kitu is also saying that Aki asked Mzalendo na Vincent what is their take on Nyako Otieno na social media. Was Ruto right to say we should ban TikTok? Aki, ask Vincent and Mzalendo. Okay, I've asked them. I know at their opportune time they'll be able to respond to you. Esther Mbatia, that report was a waste of time. Baba is not going to Bondo. Thank you very much. Karibu Sana. Patrick Bai is also joining us from Tarakaniti. And if you so wish to join this conversation, you can do so on the comment section by typing your question, your concern, and also how you feel about this show. And if you also want to be part of the panelists, you want to join us on studio, I've shared the link on the comment section. So just click on the link, then you'll find yourself in studio. So back to the studio, I'm having Mzalendo, Jeff Mburu, of course. I'm having Honorable Vincent, and I'm also joined by Mary Rewell. And today being International Women's Day, Mary, I want to take this opportunity to wish you a happy International Women's Day. When you joined, you were having a conversation, and you've heard Honorable Vincent saying that it is okay for someone to succumb or for someone to bow down to the politics of conmanship. That is according to what the president told us, that Raila is practicing the politics of conmanship. the politics of intimidation and threat. So he is accepting that William Ruto brought down to the politics of intimidation, and to cool it, and for him to be able to govern, he had to appoint Raila's sister and give her some state jobs that we're going to look at. So karibu sana, you can give us your opening remarks, because you're just looking at Raila receiving the NADCO report and giving it a green light. So the question I'm asking is this report going to give a solution to the reason why people went for demonstrations, or it is just another political rhetoric that we've been seeing since independence?
Pardon me for today. Today, let me just listen. Next time, I will contribute something.
Thank you, and welcome, and feel at home, feel okay, and feel comfortable. And you can always contribute when you feel like. You can always interject, and you can also raise a point of order and even ask a question to the speakers when you feel that they are saying things that are not right. So let me get it back to Jeff. Jeff, I just want you to pick from where Honorable Vincent have left it. Politics of intimidation, mtu kutafutia watu wake kazi. President promised Kenyans, the Kenyan voters, that is something that will never happen again. That after 2022 elections, ikiisha ule ameshindwa ataenda kabisa, na ule ameshinda will have to govern. And we know very well, Vincent have described the people who are opposing. He said that it would have become violent and maybe lead to a coup. But we normally say a government, somebody with instruments of power, you don't have any time to discuss with the terrorists or to discuss with gangs. You don't call gangs on the negotiating table. You have to deal with them accordingly. So does it mean that Ruto ameingiwa uoga hadi akakubali masharti na matamshi ya Raila ili aweze kuongoza kwa amani? Jeff.
Leo, as I said, and I have always been saying in this show, that at no time has Raila Odinga and William Ruto have ever become enemies. These are friends. These are people who have worked together for many, many years. Actually, it is easier, and you bear me witness, for Raila Odinga to work with William Ruto than it was for him to work with Uhuru Kenyatta. Because, as I have always said, no politician has ever wanted or has ever worked for Raila Odinga to become the president of Kenya than William Ruto. And deep in his heart, he knows, Raila Odinga knows, that William Ruto was motivated by his political goodwill to see him become the president of Kenya. That is why you see even how the handshake happened. It happened in a very smooth way. Kenyans did not even notice. But I remember saying here that Raila has already joined the government. Raila joined the government a long time ago, almost immediately after the general election. And that is why I was telling Kenyans, you have to open your eyes and see far. Don't just listen to everything that politicians say and believe everything. You saw after the general elections, we went for Madamano, and many people were injured, many people were hurt. But Kenyans were genuine in their hearts because they were fighting because of the cost of living. That's what they believed. But our political leaders were hypocritical. That is not the cause that they were fighting for. So Kenyans, in one heart, they were fighting for what they believed or what they were told we were fighting for. But on the other side, the politicians were fighting for positions. However, I want to say this. It is good for the nation when leaders work together. I don't see any problem when Raila Odinga and the team are supporting the government, but not support bribery. You know, supporting bribery means when the government does something that is impunitive, the opposition will not talk about it. You know, What I mean is when the government is doing something that is beneficial to the people or to the nation, the opposition should be in a position to commend the government or even give their views on how we can do better development for the nation. But when the government become corrupt, they should equally be in a position to talk. You know, they should differ without hatred. They should cooperate where they're supposed to cooperate. And that is what can help the nation of Kenya. And that is what happens even in other developed nations. Leo, the only big problem that I don't know how we shall deal with is the problem of corruption in our nation. I don't know whether other Kenyans feel the way I feel, that these politicians, the reason why they feel they must work with the government is because of what they get, is because of how much they are able to steal when they are in government. So we really need to tighten the rope when it comes to fighting corruption. And we have to start hating corruption just right from the common mwananchi level, whereby we will say as a people that as Leo, I will never give bribe. You know, it starts where? It starts there. When I can be stopped by the police officer and I know for sure maybe my car has no side mirror and he is asking for 50 shillings, then I say no. I will not give any money. I'm going to fix my car. If you are to send me to the court, it's okay. I'm not giving you the 50 shillings. This has happened many times for me in Kenya, many times. And sometimes I found myself in trouble where I refused to give bribe. I have never accepted to give bribe. One time I went to Nyayo House. I went on passport. They kept telling me, come tomorrow, come on Friday. And I knew what they wanted. They wanted money. I refused. And one day I stayed there until they closed the doors. They told me, what are you doing here? Can't you see we are closing down? I told them, today, I'm not leaving here without my passport. I've been in this place for more than 1 month, and today you must produce my passport. And in that commotion, at the end of the day, they had to do what I demanded. So Kenyans become a little bit stubborn when it comes to giving free money, because it is free money. That is what is making our leaders not work for us. And also, the courts should tighten the rope when it comes to fighting corruption. Let us see governors being jailed. Let us see members of parliament spending 3 years in jail. In Kenya, it doesn't happen. The chicken thieves, those who have stolen goats and cows and some other funny things, they are rotting in jails. But those who have stolen billions of money, they are free. And they are the people that we have been given as the option to become our leaders. So we need to start thinking on the direction that the corruption is taking our nation. And we start demanding for accountability. For me, I won't feel bad when Raila Odinga says, this money has been stolen. You know, I won't feel, though as much as I support the government, we would like to have strong opposition. We would like to have strong people who will speak out when the government is not doing what it's supposed to do. So let us support the government when the government is doing well, and also let us criticize our leaders when they are stealing from us, because that is why everybody wants to be in government, because they don't go there to work. They go there to steal. And that is what worries me so much, because all these people you see, they're fighting so much to join government. They already have salaries. They are members of parliament. What are they going to do in government? You know, it's because they want to go there and steal from the people of Kenya and do deals with government. Those tenders with inflated prices. Those are the kind of things they do. So I don't know. But maybe somebody somewhere is listening to what we are saying, that we must start.
Thank you, Jeff. Just hold it there. I'll come back to you. Of course, I'll give you more minutes too. explain this to Kenyans. I can also see Goodyear is already there. So Goodyear, welcome on board. And if you're joining us for the first time, as I told you earlier, this is Afrique 24-hour TV. It is an open political talk, a talk that gives you an opportunity to interact and connect with the African politics, specifically Kenyan politics. So we are just wrapping up the week with the State of the Nation update, whereby we randomly update you on some of the political happenings that have seen the light of the day throughout the week. Being Friday, it has been a busy day. The week was so busy, and a lot of political sentiments had been made, and these political sentiments are the ones that are changing and are making the political landscape to be redefined. So if you don't like politics, also we do have some other programs that will ensure you are engaged, that will ensure that you are connected here in Africa. Like today, we just had a wonderful show that is called Bed of Roses. So if you missed that, I'm just telling you, go to YouTube and look for Afrique 24-hour, or you just type Bed of Roses on your YouTube, then you'll be able to watch the entire program. Keep it here for many programs that are always brought and tailored to ensure that you get satisfied. We also have the sports or the Afrique Dimba that helps you to analyze the games. Tomorrow being weekend, they'll help you. For those people who normally stake or the ones who normally bet, you can be able to get some tips that will enable you to know which team is going to win or which team is likely to lose. So as we take a short break, we are just looking at Raila received the NADCO report today. That is what we were just looking at, and the panelists are trying to weigh on the implications of this NADCO report. Is it having an effect to the economy? Is it having an effect to the political future of this country? Or it is just a waste of taxpayers' money? So a short break, then we will be back.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance. Presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Waweru. Bed of Roses promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Afrique 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Naona pale comment section. I normally like engaging with the viewers because it is through the comment section that I'll be able to know whether we are speaking to ourselves or we are speaking to you. So somebody nataka ile kitu is really pressing me that he asked a question and has not been answered. I know somebody will get a way of responding to that as we proceed. Goodyear is taking that NADCO is illegal. That is why the court threw it out. Goodyear, I don't know which one. NADCO is yet to be tabled in parliament. The court, I don't think I've thrown it out. Maybe you can help us understand through the comment section over there. So let me go to Mzalendo. I believe is the one using the True TV tag. If you can hear me, Mzalendo. I know we can't wind up on this. There is a question that you raised there. There's some issues you raised about the leadership of President William Ruto and hinted at Raila supporting Ruto in 2027. I want you to respond to this comment from Godfrey Ruto. Then if you agree with him or if you can convince him. Godfrey Ruto said this. I'll just highlight the comment so that you can be able to see it. The Rift Valley are in support for Rigiji. It will be a great mistake if Ruto replaces him with someone else, while his presidency seems secured for the second term. And I also want you to attach it to the last comment that Godfrey have given. Ruto can't give gender rule as a reason to replace his deputy. We are going to punish him on the ballot. Uhuru learned a lesson through the hard way. I think the comment is coming up because of what William Ruto said in that meeting, where he hinted that he promised ladies or women that we are possibly going to have a female running mate. Then you've also hinted at Raila supporting Ruto. And in politics, you scrub my back, I scrub yours. So if Raila is supporting Ruto, which kind of formation are they going to work on? And, sorry, do you think that Raila and Ruto can work without replacing Rigiji? That is the concern that Godfrey Ruto is having. Then the third one, do you think that Ruto's second term is secure? And if it is secure, why does he have to go look for Raila's vote? Because he won without Raila's vote. When I talk of Raila's vote, I don't mean Raila as a person, but I mean Raila together with everybody who believes in him.
I wish Leo, you could let me first say hi to the lady who has just joined in. Thank you for gracing this men panelists. Asante sana, Mary. Leo, number one, you're asking almost 5 questions at the same time. I wish you could ask 2. And,
okay, let me ask. I'll ask you in bits, don't worry.
Or yes, because I might
let
forget.
Me ask you in bits.
I really wanted to answer you without even.
I want you to start with this. Start with the concern of Geoffrey Ruto. Geoffrey Ruto told you. Let me just paraphrase. Ruto is saying that William Ruto, the Rift Valley, are supporting Rigiji, meaning it will be a great mistake if Ruto replaces him with someone else while his presidency seems secured for the second term. So I want you to talk of the security of Ruto's second term. Okay.
The security of Ruto's second term. Leo, I have told you before, like, we have a game called, have you ever played a game called chess?
I like a game that is crowded, so that is why I stick to football.
The game chess is crowded. It's very, very crowded, but it is intelligent, unlike football. You play using your brains, you anticipate what your opponent is going to do, and then you tackle. So in a chess game, the most important piece in the board is the king. And the second most powerful piece is the queen. Now, in our political scene, the king is Raila Odinga. The king is William Ruto. The second most powerful piece is Raila Odinga. That is the queen. You know why the queen is powerful? Because the queen can attack each and every opponent on that board. Now, what does Ruto do in the political scene? He makes sure that the strongest opponent on that particular day is knocked down or is cornered in a way that is able to give in. So he has already knocked the person who was going to give him headache in 2027. That's already a sure bet that in 2027, just as I told you, Raila will say Ruto torture, just like he did for Kibaki then. That leaves somebody called Rigiji in a very comfortable situation. It means that Rigiji has only to consolidate the Kikuyu vote, which is doing so well. He's camping in Central Province literally each and every day, trying to ensure that the Mount Kenya bloc remains within his fold. Wacha nikuelezee na Kiswahili pia ndio uelewe zaidi. Kuna huyu ndege anaitwa bata. Bata yeye hutembea na watoto wake wakiwa kando yake, ama wanatembea nyuma yake, ama mbele yake. Hiyo ni swali naweza kukuuliza. Na kuku yeye hutembea na watoto wake namna gani? Sasa Riggy G anatembea na watoto wake kama kuku. Ukijaribu kuattack kuku dini yake moja, yuko na wewe pale. So siasa ya Central Riggy G amemalizana nayo. You saw Uhuru being thrown to the UN. That one umesahau. The person who was going to bring problems in Central is already being proposed for a job as the UN Secretary General by William Ruto. What are the chances that all these people that William Ruto is promising chances on the international stage are likely to succeed? Now, if Baba gets the AU position, he becomes the commissioner and probably the first one in Kenya or the first one in East Africa. That is already a plus. He is out of question. He is out of the board. That chessboard, sasa that piece, the queen is already out. Now, Ruto sasa ndiye anatawala kwa hiyo meza. Ni kama ile, wacha nikupatie na game ile unaelewa zaidi, draft. Draft ndio unajua unaelewa zaidi. Unaona draft, mtu akikupiga mpaka akikuwekea sijui kingi.
Kabut,
anakupiga 3-4 pieces at the same time mpaka anafika king. That is the game. That is the game that William Ruto is playing right now in the Kenya political scene. So in the international stage, if Raila loses the bid to become the AU chair, Ruto will stand tall and say, you know, I even supported you, but you lost. So he will come back blazing into the local scene. But again, Ruto will have something to fight him on because alishavjaribu na akapatia watu wake kazi. So yeye Ruto ashamalizana naye. What is your next question?
So okay, the next question was I think you've answered 2 questions in that. I wanted to know under which formation will Raila support William Ruto, and you've already said that if William Ruto supports Raila to AU, then it succeeds, then he will easily convince Raila's voters to vote for him. That is no doubt. So having known the Kenyan politics, how it operates, it's always like today, if you go to Western, they'll tell you that we are the third in command. If you go to Central, despite being powerhouse, they'll tell you that the second in command. So if Ruto decide, well, if you're telling me that Ruto's second term is already settled and his second term is safe, it is not in doubt, why is he going? Why does he need to go for Raila's base and try also to galvanize and unite the Western? Could it be that there's something we don't know? Could it be that he's worried that in case he tries to get somebody besides Rigathi, he will lose?
You see, Ruto joked sometimes when the king came to Kenya that Ruto joked about the issue of kingship. Ati in this country kuna watu wanaitwa king something.
Kingpins.
Kingpin. Yeah. I forgot the word. Wanaitwa kingpin. He was doing it deliberately. What Ruto is doing, which Azimio is not getting, is that this guy is actually destroying Azimio piece by piece. The issue of kingpin and what I want to tell you, Mr. Leo and the panelists, Ruto wants to make history. And the kind of history that he wants to make, that he wants to be the first Kenyan president to be able to unite this country into one, meaning the Luo nation will be supporting him, the Kikuyus will be supporting him, the Kambas will be supporting him. Nobody in the Republic of Kenya has ever achieved that. We are very, very, very tribal. Now, why does he go to Baba's base? He goes to Baba's base anticipating that, the political scene or tide might change at some point. So in Baba's base, he has got supporters who really support him. Now, when he goes to Kalonzo's base, he has Ngilu and the Kambas who are supporting him. When he goes to Coast, he has got Kingi and some Coastarians who are supporting. When he goes to Western, he has got Weta and everybody. And when he goes to hii area, Tanzania, is now grooming somebody called Ntembea. That will be a good linkman for him in Western province. So Ruto is just strategic, and he knows that elections are about numbers. So if he gets numbers in Luo Nyanza, so be it. If he gets numbers in Kamba, so be it. A politician has always to be strategic. If you are not strategic, you are looking to open the server, ole wako bado unangojea ati server ifunguliwe ujue kama ulishinda ama hukushinda. That one is out. People are already in 2027. By the time you realize that we are already again in 2032. But what you need to address, Leo, in your concern is that with all this happening, there will be people in Azimio who are not going to be happy. There will be people in ODM by large who are not going to be happy. There are people who will who follow policy of the political party. There are intelligent people who will tell you that, this is not what we bargained for. You cannot join this particular man. And that is now when a new alliance or a new political force is in the making. I can assure you in 2027, there will be a new political force that will be in the making, and that political force will have very young people. I will not be surprised like Babu Owino will be in a new political formation. People like Kinandindi Njoro, who cannot wait for so long, will be in the next political formation. They might lose the election, but they will get the numbers they need in 2032. That is how you formulate your political strategy and move. I have told you on the side chat that it is high time that somebody like Babu Owino, with this kind of following and his kind of with the youth fanaticism, he needs to get out of Baba's shadow and move on his own. He is a good political strategist, and he can take this opportunity to galvanize the youth vote. Now you are talking about 2027. Look at how Ruto has already moved to the women wing. Now, will 2027 will it be about what Ruto has done for the women of the Republic of Kenya? Yes. What will Azimio tell the women of the Republic of Kenya? Nothing. But let me tell you again that what can only bring Ruto's government down is taxation. If we cannot deal with the issue of taxation, then if there is a good political strategy,
kindly hold it over there. Hold it over there. We'll get back to you. Of course, we are going to look at some of the things that are going to be undoing to Ruto. One of them being taxation, and maybe some of the promises, of which, when you talk of the appointments that he made, we are going to look at the appointments versus how he promised to make some appointments. Of course, as he's gaining, he's also losing on the other side. Remember, when you talk of the women, and last election, it was the church. And right now, the church is crying. We look at something that happened this week. We saw Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, that is the former Stare MP, and the senatorial and gubernatorial aspirant, Bishop Margaret Wanjiru. You saw what happened. Our own General Nganga is also going to face the wrath. That is the issue of the churches. And it's right, you've said that he's now shifting and he's now looking for the next voting bloc, and that is women. So let us wait and see, ladies and gentlemen, if the president will manage to galvanize, empower women, so that when we go to 2027 elections, for the first time, we are going to have a women voting bloc. People thought it will be so consequential and effective in the 2022 elections when Raila introduced Martha Karua as a running mate, but that did not work. People like Ngilu tried it in 1997 when he dared to contest against the Mois and the Railas and the Kibaki, but it still did not work. So let me welcome the viewers, the ones who are joining us for the first time. This is a Freak 24-hour TV. Ensure that as you're joining us, you like the video and share with your friends. And if you've not subscribed to a Freak, kindly do so. It is just a minute. You just search a Freak 24-hour, subscribe and turn on the notification bell. We're just having a political talk. We're just wrapping the day. We are wrapping the week with what happened in the Kenyan politics. So before we go to the next thing that happened, I just want us to wind this one up. I'll go to you, Jeff. I know the rest are also waiting for their turn. So Jeff, there's something that Zalenda have talked of. William Ruto working with Raila.
Leo, I have really stayed in the cold for a very long time.
Let me start with you, then I go to Jeff. Thank you for reminding me. The last time I left you, you were to inform me when you were set. So let me get it to Honorable Vincent, then I'll go to Jeff. Jeff, I know you are an elder. You'll be able to wait if you don't mind. Honorable Vincent. So and you're also allowed to challenge what you feel that the fellow panelists have said and doesn't go well with you. Of course, Mzalendo have talked a lot. I know you are declared. Some of these guys have not declared their stand, but for you, I know you declared that you are one of the people who campaigned for the president, and you're still a follower. Actually, you call yourself a follower of UDA and Kenya Kwanza. So do you agree with the Mzalendo ama Mzalendo anajaribu kuwapanga na nyinyi kuna jinsi mmejipanga wenyewe?
First of all, thanks for giving me this chance also to jump in and say something on whatever Jeff and Mzalendo said. First of all, let me say that Rigathi Gachagua is not feeling threatened by Raila joining Ruto. Rigathi Gachagua is just feeling threatened that he is not able to consolidate the Mount Kenya in time as he anticipated after election in 2022. He was expecting, but that by around 2023 mid-June, he could have consolidated the support base and have people behind him. But it has really taken some time until the president has managed to bring Raila Odinga on the table, and Rigathi Gachagua is feeling like we also his body language today. I am not a physician, or I'm not a scientist who can read the body language, but I can say that reading the body language of Rigathi Gachagua today, I felt like he was feeling a little uneasy. The way also Jeremiah Kioni was feeling. If you guys watched the video that Ruto at State House today, Rigathi Gachagua wasn't feeling part of the process. The president was just trying to pull him close to to even take the photo with that document. I want to tell my good and my good deputy Rigathi Gachagua that you should not feel threatened, because right now William Ruto is just preparing a bed for you to lie in 2027. You're just going to be a ceremonial. Let me say you are going to just win the election without a zero effort, with zero effort, because if whatever I'm seeing on Twitter today, it's trending. I think it's called X nowadays. Sorry, not Twitter. I saw something early when I was joining that was trending, that the Ruto succession 2032. That was what was trending today in the evening. And if most of you can check what the people are saying there, the name of Rigathi Gachagua is not appearing in that succession plan, and I'm worried what the people are thinking. But what I want to say about that is that Rigathi Gachagua is also failing in putting his support base together, because William Ruto is already putting a lot of people behind him.
And on that, sorry for interrupting you. As you respond and maybe shed light on that, when you talk of the succession of William Ruto in 2032, majorly you'll find that Rigathi Gachagua is not appearing. Remember when we were having William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta, we had something called Uhuruto, whereby they would talk of kumi yangu, kumi yako. But even regarding Gachagua, I think himself, he doesn't believe that he can succeed Ruto as a president. He believes does it mean he lowered himself to just serving as a deputy president? Because even when he talks of serikali ya William Ruto.
Yeah, I agree with you, Leo. But I want to say that Rigathi Gachagua, if you can remember in 2022 when Ruto was selecting Rigathi Gachagua as his deputy, he said that me and Rigathi are going to exit together. That's what he said. I remember that speech so well, and I'm sure Jeff can remember and can remember that. He said that we are going to exit together in 2032 and try to mentor these young leaders so that they take over from us. And he repeated that the other day and said that tutaongea na Rigiji huko mbele mwenye anataka kusimama kwa chama anachagua another agenda. So I think Rigiji is not feeling sidelined, but he's already starting to sideline himself in a way that I am also wondering why he's sidelining himself when the president wants him on his side. I think from today, those people who have done some little political science can understand that the chemistry that Rigathi Gachagua was having with the president today was like a forced chemistry, because I saw when they were taking a photo, Rigathi Gachagua, the president had to pull him close to the folder so that he can hold also that book, and they take a photo together. And I'm sure going to Embu today with the president also was a way of showing that we are together, and we are just a team as we were elected in 2022. But I feel like Rigathi Gachagua is feeling threatened, and I don't know why he's feeling threatened. But as I've said, the reason why he's feeling threatened is because he's failed to put his support base of the Mount Kenya together in time as he anticipated, and that is really giving him a lot of headache. And he's seeing these young leaders doing so well than him in Mount Kenya, and it's really eating his brain up. And there's one thing I usually say that Rigathi Gachagua is failing, is because he's using a lot of sisi watu wa Mlima Kenya. He's not using himself as a deputy. He's just using himself as a Mount Kenyan, not a Kenyan deputy president. Hata anasaa wingi kusema I'm the deputy president. He just says sisi watu ya Mlima Kenya tunapenda hivi na hivi, and I don't know why he uses that. You can remember the president when he was deputy president. Whenever he was camping in Mount Kenya, he used to go there, the deputy president, and he used to go there to speak on behalf of the government, even if he was being sidelined by Uhuru Kenyatta. He used to even say that tuliwaletea barabara fulani, tuliwaletea nyumba, tukawajengea stima, tukawawekea maji. Those are the kind of things that I don't hear Rigathi saying. But whenever Rigathi is in the mountain, he concentrates a lot of his energy in pushing for the Mount Kenya unity, which I think is easy to achieve if he uses the strategy that the president is using. The president is using a very simple strategy that I think Mzalendo used, using a chess game to consolidate his fan base. You can see a lot of disappointment from those people who hated Ruto, not they supported Raila and hated Ruto, who Raila has read them down today. I think you can see from the tweets that we read today on X that people like Ledama Ulikina saying that hii siasa we usieke usieke kwa roho. You can feel like there are people who are disappointed in Raila Odinga's camp, but when you come to KK's camp, there is nobody who is feeling disappointed, because they understand the president so well, and they know whenever William Ruto is doing his game, he's always ahead of everyone, and that's what he's really doing. And I'm sure a few members of parliament and few leaders that are behind Ruto are the people who are seeing the game that Ruto is playing, and Ruto is playing this game post 2032. He's not even playing for 2027, because we all agree that 2027 is already gone. And I can tell you something that I've noted with a lot of respect, that I've seen a very good chemistry between the president and the governor of Homa Bay. I'm sure if you can see for the past few weeks, the president president and the governor of Homa Bay have been seen a lot together, and that thing is giving us some people in our camp a lot of disquiet. I feel like the people are feeling threatened, and they got no reason to feel threatened. So another thing that Mzalendo said, really quick as I end my thoughts, I think William Ruto and Raila Odinga coming together is something that we Kenyans should celebrate, because for the first time we are not hearing people starting to throw tantrums, especially those guys that are wanakuanga huko Jacaranda. We have not heard them hurling insults to the president, hurling insults to Raila, hurling insults to anybody. The people are quiet and waiting to see what is it that the president and Raila are planning. Most of the people are waiting for the candidature of Raila at the AU to go through successfully before they can start talking. Because if that succeeds, then now we can be sure that William Ruto will be having a lot of support base from the Luo or the Raila supporters, and that is one thing that I think I've seen Babu Wino yesterday on a TV trying to create opposition, that trying to create a rebellion. Let me use a word rebellion for lack of a better word. Let me use rebellion, because he's trying to. That's how our leader is built, and I will advise Babu Wino to start doing that. And if he is to do that and try to bring a lot of members from ODM on his side, is going to benefit him, and is going to look as a strong leader who has a support base of Luos. I want to see him appearing on TV the way Sifuna is doing. I want to see him speaking ill of this handshake or this coming together of Raila and Ruto. Let him risk his romance with Raila Odinga and his supporters, but try to fight this thing. That's how he'll emerge and become a strong person in opposition. But for now, I think if they continue showing that they respect Baba so much and they respect Raila so much, Raila is going to keep them pending and then let them down in 2027 when he'll say, as Msalendo say, that Ruto tosha.
Thank you, Honorable Vincent. You'll just hold it there. And on Babo Wino, I know there are so many issues over there, because Babo Wino had earlier declared some interest in contesting as a Nairobi governor. And ODM had a candidate in the last election that did not make it, had to step down for Igade. That is Wetangula's brother, Tim Wanyonyi. And Babu knows very well that he is likely to be talked to and be told to allow Tim Wanyonyi contest. And when you see these meetings, majorly the MCs majorly does him some. They're never fair. They address Wanyonyi as the next governor in the presence of Babu, including his very friend Chairman Aladwa. So let me give it to. I'll give you another chance. And maybe because
let me say one thing about that.
Okay.
One thing about that, Babu Wino, Nairobi gubernatorial seat. I will advise Babu Wino to even defer Raila's his stand and say that you go for independent party if he has to, because I feel like the people are ready for Babu Wino in Nairobi, and I will advise him to go for independent if he is to be denied the ticket. That's how you start making yourself as a leader. You don't have to wait for someone to give you the ticket for you to become a governor or something.
I get you. And maybe, Jeff, I want to just request you, with your permission, today is International Women's Day. A lady has joined us here. If it was maybe to follow the protocol, I was to give you this chance. And maybe because you've given your opening remarks before and contributed, can you allow me to welcome Ashley?
Go ahead, Rio.
Thank you. Ashley, welcome. I know you've been following from the background. One of the major things that you're looking at, you saw the NADCO report, and this is something that you've passionately talked about before. I know your opinion on it. You've been against it. And it seems what you've been saying has come to pass. So I just want to see to hear from you. What do you have to take about it before we go to the appointments that were made today? Actually, you saw Raila receiving the NADCO report, and it's evident that these guys are working together. So do you still agree, or do you still maintain your word that the NADCO report was not supposed to solve the problem that made Kenyans to go on demonstrations? Karibu sana.
Thank you, Leo. And appreciate the forum. I was following in the background and I was not going to get in. And I got in because I think it's Vincent, Honorable Vincent, was saying that Gachagua is insecure, but he doesn't need to be insecure. Can you imagine a husband marrying a second wife? Why would the first wife not feel insecure? And second,
Good
today
question
is,
over there.
today is when they released the NADCO report. And today is when they released the ambassadors. I know you asked me about it, but I came to talk about, let me just first say what I wanted to say.
Just
The list of the people who are appointed, there was no Kikuyu there for the first time. So that speaks volume. So, you know, only a fool, you know, somebody tells me when you're a grown up, someone doesn't have it to tell you leave. You should see the signs. When you see the clouds, no, it's going to rain. So you know, like, why would Ruto need Kikuyus? And then today Raila said they don't want to change anything in the NADCO report. Remember, the Mount Kenyans have been saying they want the 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote included in the report. Then you see the churches that the land that is being gotten back, it all belongs to what tribe? So there is no reason for Gachagua not to feel insecure. And let me tell you, if Ruto and Raila are going to work together, they won't need Gachagua. So Gachagua has to calm down or be sent packing. He's not needed any longer. His services are not needed any longer. It's that simple. I mean, like he's not of use going forward, even today. They can impeach him. And if Mount Kenya gets mad, they can get mad. That's 42 against 1.
Actually,
So,
maybe you should state facts by saying that the Kikuyus were not appointed. I'm surprised.
Interrupt me. Last time I said interrupting. Just
okay,
wait.
guys, order. Let us just have order. Honorable Vincent, while you are speaking, I believe nobody interrupted you. So let us just have some decorum. If somebody says something you don't agree with, then I'll give you time to give some fact, or with her permission, you can inform her. But if she doesn't need to be informed, allow her to finish. Then you'll disseminate the lies in what she's spoken later, if you don't mind. So actually, you can proceed.
I thank the people who gave this platform, because, you know, all of us, our intelligence level is different. My intelligence level tells me this is the voice of Ashley, and this is what I am thinking as a Kenyan. These are my views, and you can't change how I'm thinking. Then you will tell us what you're thinking, and I have my facts. I am a good analyst. Let me tell you, most things I have said have come true. If you go way, way, way back, I did say that Musalia Mudavadi, if Ruto chose Musalia Mudavadi as a running mate, and he didn't choose him, but he kept he brought him. If you go all the way back, and I'm not going to blow my trumpet, so there are things I see, and that is what I see. It might not be accurate, but some of it come to be, and but that's my view. So it doesn't have to be your view. And from my view, I see that Gachagua should be worried, and he's smart that he's worried. It's stupid or unwise not to see and then to come and be surprised. It's good to be someone who can see things from far, so you can plan yourself. When someone is coming there and hinting that going forward we should have a woman vice president, and remember, even the OAU have started talking about the same thing, about a woman being a leader. And then you see the East for the first time. Me, I'm not tribal, but I always know every time they have these positions, they give so many to Kalenjins and then a few more to Kikuyus, and then the other tribes get 1 each. In these appointments, the Luos had the majority, which is good. But that's a sign to Gachagua, the tide has changed. Did you have any other question for me?
I get you. Thank you very much, Ashley. So maybe, Vincent, do you still want to interject before we go to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Let me give you 2 minutes. Then I'll give you your time. 2 minutes for interjection, please.
You know, the last time Ashley was here, she was speaking highly of Mama Mboga. I expected her to raise the question of Mama Mboga, but today I've heard her being a tribalist for the first time. And I want to really say that there are little names here that I've seen from the Mount Kenya. And when we move to that topic, we should talk about that clearly. So today I'm really surprised that Ashley has shifted from being now a fighter for Mama Mboga to a Mount Kenya fighter, and today I'm really surprised. But to say that the Luos are many and also in these appointments, I can tell you we have 5 Kisis, and I'm very happy today that Kisis are well represented. So when we move to that topic, I will educate you on why we should not have a lot of appointments from one region, because you already have 10 cabinet positions, you have around 11 or 16 PSS, you have appointments. So let other tribes also enjoy this. Thank you.
And let me
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, I think he misunderstood me. I said Gachagua, from Gachagua's point of view. This is the reason he should be worried and is worried. I didn't say it was my view. Everybody knows that has followed who is in our group that I am not a supporter of tribe. But from Gachagua's viewpoint, he can see that the tide has changed, and that I gave my view from analyzing Gachagua and why he is feeling uncomfortable. Please understand. It doesn't mean it is me. It's saying as Gachagua. He talked about this being a shareholder government where you get according to how much you give. So from his point of view, he can see the tide has changed. I hope you understand me now.
All right, I think that is sorted between the two of you, and of course, actually keep it here. I'm going to engage you on some areas of interest, and I know you're going to give your humble opinion. Mburi, you've waited for so long. Let me give you this time. Ulepuke.
I'm just reading the comment down there. Somebody is telling me, Naboro uachane na Ashley ndi bibi yangu. Anyway, I don't know where to start. And I know Kenyans also want to know where is my start when it comes to the politics that is going on. And I always don't like sitting on the fence and just watching how things are unveiling. I like being in the middle of everything and be in a position to say what I think. And for now, I want to declare here that I support the collaboration between the President William Ruto and Right Honorable Raila Odinga. I am there fully supporting them. And the government of William Ruto is composed of many people. Of course, I also support Rigathi Gachagua, Musalia Mudavadi, and the people who are working with the president. Why am I supporting the collaboration? It is because it is good for the nation of Kenya. It is good for the development of our country. Many people, and I have heard Leo repeat this many times, that why is Ruto going for Raila Odinga? Ruto is the president of Kenya, and the president constitutionally is the symbol of unity. There cannot be development in Kenya without unity among the people, without peace, because many investors will not come to invest in our country. So the moment we have Raila Odinga and William Ruto work together and other leaders working together, I can tell you for sure, Kenya will be in a position to move forward. And I want to echo the words of Vincent. Vincent said that William Ruto is a political master, which is true. And this is the test that Uhuru Kenyatta failed. And I have been talking about this for many times, that it was possible for Uhuru Kenyatta to work with Raila Odinga without putting aside William Ruto or without having conflict with William Ruto, which he failed. I don't think our president, William Ruto, is prepared to make the same mistake because he has learned his own lesson. And he has declared that at no time will he mistreat his deputy. Of course, we expect when there is such kind of change, there is what we call resistance to change and the fear of unknown. And that is why sometimes you might feel like the deputy president is not very comfortable with what is happening. But in the long run, he'll get used to it. And I want to tell you, those that are thinking that William Ruto can push away Gachagua, that is not going to happen. Because we all know the character of one William Ruto. He is not known of betraying those who have helped him or have ever supported him. You saw how much he tried to balance to ensure that he rewarded those who supported him. That is why we have people like Musalia Mudavadi occupying high positions, people like Eta, people like Kingi, those who stood with him or who have ever stood with William Ruto. He does not betray him. What he does, he appreciates them. And that is why many people in Kenya, especially politicians, trust William Ruto or trust to work with William Ruto than any other politician. So the history of William Ruto tells me that at no point will he push away Gachagua. Not only that, Gachagua is not an easy guy whom you can just wake up one day and you just push away. Gachagua is a very strategic leader who pretends to be weak just to be in a position to work under President William Ruto. In the event that he feels threatened, this is a guy who cannot fear to face the president and look at him on the eyes and tell him, Mr. President, from now, I am not working with you on this basis. So, and William Ruto knows very well that this Gachagua is a very bold guy who can campaign me anytime. And he has the ability, he has the finances, so he cannot just wake up one day and just put away Gachagua. And also Gachagua, as I said, is somebody who can be subordinated. He is humble to his boss, and anybody, any president or any leader in any position, you would like to have people under you, people who can listen to you, people who can support your ideas and your agenda. So that is what I can say about Gachagua. And I know very soon you will see Gachagua and Raila Odinga working together. What is wrong with that? So I have always been saying it is not a must that you bring someone down so that you can work with another person, that you break one bridge to build another bridge. So I see a situation where Ruto is trying to balance that, yes, he can bring Raila Odinga closer to him without antagonizing his government, without creating more conflict with other leaders, which that to me, that is brilliance, that is wisdom, which I support fully. And I wish and I pray that Raila Odinga captures the AU position. And I know Kenya will be in a better position if it goes that direction. So I know very soon we will see Raila Odinga supporting everything that William Ruto is doing. We will see many appointments from the opposition side in the government. For me, I think it is good for the sake of the peace of the nation and the development of the nation. Yeah, that is what I can say.
Thank you, Jeff. I know we are coming there. We are going to look at
maybe Rio, can I request just 1 minute? Just 1 minute.
Request. Okay.
There are people who are talking of Central Kenya having people who are trying to look for their political position, especially eyeing the position of the presidency, like Didi Nyoro. And I want to say this. In Central Kenya, having come from that area, and I've been always very active in politics, even when I was in Kenya, I know the habit of the Mount Kenya people. We don't support two leaders at the same time.
But Mount Kenya has never failed to have a candidate. They always have somebody who is a presidential candidate, an alternative. All along, we had people like Ken
Yes,
Makuba,
yes, yes.
we had
Let me
Kibaki.
finish
But
what
for
I'm
the first
saying.
time, I
Let me
just want to
finish.
help you build your point. For the first time in history,
Why are you helping me?
William Ruto managed to ensure that there is nobody promising in Mount Kenya that can take over. Before you talk of that, that is where I was going to. Because before I look at
Yes,
the
you
state,
come to your point, but don't say you are
uh,
helping me. Now let me finish what I was
Buru,
saying.
before you finish it, I'll give you time. I'll give you even 5 minutes to do it.
Yes.
What you want to say, I just wanted to play a short video because
Okay.
what you want to say is related to what Ashley started with. Because I know next topic we are going to discuss the position of mwananchi wa kawaida, mama mboga, in these agreements that you've said you support for the peaceful management or running of the country. When Ashley came, she started with the appointments where she claimed there were few Kikuyus or no or more Kikuyus. There's an issue that I also want to bring to your attention that happened. There was some coup in the what is called the Safaricom Dealers Association, which a position that has always been held with the majority of the dealers, the Safaricom dealers, who are Kikuyus. And it also narrows down to what you want to bring about Mount Kenya being finished politically for the first time in history. If today we call elections and let's say William Ruto say, I'm not working with Rigathi Gachagua, we don't have somebody who can speak on behalf of the entire Mount Kenya. In other words, this is something that I know you will not want me to say. There is no united Mount Kenya. It is not united. Mount Kenya is having currently, they don't have a kingpin. They don't listen to a specific person. They listen to different voices. So just allow me to maybe, as we take a short break, play this video of the appointments that were made. Then from then, I'll give you the first opportunity before I come to Ashley, because she's the one who started this conversation of Kikuyu and whatever, which is healthy.
Authority of Kenya, Director General Ezra Chiloba, has yet again made a comeback to public service. The former IEBC CEO has been nominated by President William Ruto to be Kenya's new Consul General in Los Angeles, USA. Former Law Society of Kenya Vice President Caroline Kamende Daudi, who lost in last week's LSK presidential race to Faith Odhiambo, has been nominated to serve as Kenya's High Commission to Canada.
Leo asubuhi nimewapatia kina mama 10 kuwa mabalozi wetu katika nchi mbalimbali ya dunia, na vile vile kuwapatia kina mama wengine 6 deputy ambassadors, kama pia heshima ya siku hii ya International Women's Day.
A total of 6 chief administrative secretaries whose appointments were revoked by the court have landed ambassadorial roles. They include former Kisii Deputy Governor Joash Maangi, who has been nominated Kenya's High Commissioner to Uganda. Previously, in the president's failed attempt, Maangi had been appointed CAS in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Former West Mugirango MP Vincent Kemosi has been nominated as Kenya's ambassador to Accra, Ghana. Kemosi had been appointed CAS in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Former Kisumu Senator Fred Outa has been nominated to be Kenya's ambassador to Cairo, Egypt. Previously, Outa was appointed CAS in the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. Former Baringo Speaker David Kiplagat Kerich has been nominated as Kenya's ambassador to Washington, USA. Kerich was initially appointed CAS to the Ministry of Mining, Maritime Affairs, and Blue Economy. Other nominees include former Senator Christopher Langat, who has been handed an ambassadorial role in Abidjan, Ivory Coast. Previously, Langat served as a board member of the Commission for University Education. The nominees will undergo parliamentary vetting before formal appointment and posting to their new workstations. According to the press release on presidential nominations and appointments to the Foreign Service, signed by Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service Felix Koskei, the names of nominees have already been submitted to the National Assembly for consideration. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
I think you've watched that. There are some that I'll play later. So, Jeff, you are on the mic, so I'll allow you to proceed. Before I'll welcome Ashley, I'm still getting something that will help her build on her. Yes.
I was just going to take 1 minute just to explain to the people how I perceive the Mount Kenya politics. That historically, the Mount Kenya don't support two leaders at the same time. And I want to take you back during the time of Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta contested to become the president of Kenya against President Mwai Kibaki. And the people did not vote for Uhuru Kenyatta. But the time that they rejected him did not mean that they didn't like Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta still had his big name as the son of the former President Kenyatta, the founding father of the nation of Kenya. But people did not vote for Uhuru. They kept him there pending, knowing that maybe one day we will consider him. And I see the same is likely to happen. Even if Dede Nyoro can contest, people will still support Gachagua to the end. And maybe in the future. And if they don't support Dede Nyoro, does not mean that we don't like Dede Nyoro. No. We will put him there pending. He can oppose the president, he can oppose the deputy president. That will not make the people of Mount Kenya to reject him or to hate him. They know that in future we have a leader. In Kikuyu we say that, I don't know how to put it in English, that if you don't have calves among your animals, then you are likely to end up not having any animal. If you have cows and you don't have calves, then you are likely to one day not have animals in your farm. That is to say, these young leaders, we need them. Even when they are trying to come up, we don't fight with them. We know that one day we will need them. That is why even Gachagua does not feel threatened by Dede Nyoro. It is good that he is trying to raise his head, but as per now, he is still a political toddler who cannot be a threat to Gachagua. He has a long way to go before he can be in a position to compete with Gachagua. Right now, Central Kenya has only one leader, who is Gachagua. Any other person will just be ignored, just like they have been. We have been having a very good person, development-minded, very sober, by the name Peter Kenneth. We don't hate him. He is our good friend, and maybe in the future will be considered. Don't be surprised. So we have so many leaders who are kept pending there, but Mount Kenya concentrate in one leader at a time. That is how we do our politics. Don't let nobody deceive you that anytime soon we are going to leave Gachagua and support fresh. We don't do trial and error.
The people of Mount Kenya left Uhuru Kenyatta and followed Gachagua. So what makes you think that they cannot leave Gachagua and follow somebody else?
Rio, was Uhuru Kenyatta contesting? We supported Uhuru Kenyatta to the end. If anything, Uhuru Kenyatta was not in the ballot. Anybody saying that we left Uhuru Kenyatta, it's a lie. Actually, Uhuru Kenyatta left us and went to Azimio. He is the one who left the people. So nobody has ever left Uhuru Kenyatta. He left us and he went to Azimio. So we did not follow him there. So if he come back, I can tell you for sure, people are waiting to receive their son back. And we still love Uhuru Kenyatta. That is the position.
Thank you. I know after this, I'm going to give it to Mzalendo. And if Mary, you want to make a comment or something of such sort, you let me know. I know you are having a request to follow just today so that next time you'll be able to contribute. But if you sure wish to contribute, I'll give you an opportunity anytime you ask for it. So let me just, before I welcome Mzalendo, I want Mzalendo is also good in reading some body language, so he'll help me read this. So Mzalendo, I know you'll be able to read this.
Doing it, repeating what you already knows, that President William Ruto is campaigning for Raila to become the AU chairperson. This is a matter that puts all of us together as a country. We are very proud of that situation. And so, without much ado, can we now move to the next thing, Opio? Yeah, thank you. I think you can make your comments after we give you the document.
Your Excellency, you allow us to hand over the report. Then I will invite the Deputy President. We cannot invite you to speak when the Deputy President is here. We'll ask him to make brief remarks, then invite you after we hand over the report.
Download Glow. So I think that is what I wanted to play. And Mzalendo, I'll allow you to come before Ashley. I know if Ashley picks it, it might get hotter. I know it should be hot, but let me cool it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Proceed.
Yeah, you just played a clip. I thought you had a question for me.
The clip. I told you. I know you can be able to read some body language.
To read the body language.
Yes, and say something about it.
Right from, these are the funny things that Kenyans do, or not funny things that politicians do. This is one of the most useless suckers that we've been taken through. Another round of wasting time, yet and taxpayers' money on issues that they would have discussed in Parliament. Everything that is in that report would have been done in Parliament. Raila Odinga would have whipped his MPs, loyal followers. William Ruto would have whipped his loyal followers. Then they bring the issues into Parliament and they become law. That was a big waste of taxpayers' money. That report, whatever they are going to come up with, it will be taken to Parliament for implementation. Instead of being taken to Parliament instead of bringing the issues to Parliament through their representatives, they decided to wakunywe chai kwa mkahawa wa Bomas and get allowances each and every time. Anyway, ni kutafutia watu wao kazi kama kawaida na kukula pesa ya serikali. These things should have been done in Parliament, Leo. And any sane thinking Kenyan know that. These politicians think that they lead a bunch of idiots. Yeah, people who really don't know, who follow them, who will be clapping for each and every move that they make. That move was not a very good move. And remember, our constitution is very, very clear. There is no way Raila Odinga or William Ruto can decide for the fate of 40 million Kenyans without public participation. All right. So this is an issue that should have been taken to Parliament. This is an issue that will still go back to the people. As it is, that report, whatever it is, somebody can go to court tomorrow, or Kim Tata, I'm sure, will go to court tomorrow and stop it. Yeah, with a lot of issues. That is the beauty of the 2010 Constitution. Politicians cannot just sit somewhere and decide for us what they want us to do. If it was the cost of living that made them sit there, did you see anything that that was written on the cost of living apart from just proposals? Nothing. If they could have borrowed a leaf from Kibaki's government, what they did on the cost of living, especially the essential food commodities, those are the issues that could have been raised in a bipartisan bill in parliament. And essential food commodities like unga ya ugali na mchele na sukari would have come down. But here we are being led like fools, like we don't know what what our legislators should do. Although they say that parliament is compromised, but they are never compromised when they want to add their salaries. They act very fast, and no one says that hii mshahara ni mingi sana. So for me, Leo, you should not even have played that clip, which is an embarrassment to taxpayers.
Leo, let me maybe correct
Yes.
my brother Mzalendo.
Okay.
This
Go ahead
report
and correct him.
This report is just going to be tabled in Parliament. It's not going to be passed as it is. As it's not going to be taken anywhere other than Parliament. So it's going to that place that I call a conundrum of jokers in Parliament. That's where the problem lies, because I heard Raila Odinga say, and I believe I didn't hear the president say the exact words, but Raila Odinga said that this report should be passed as it is, and 90% of it was discussed, was covered in the report, should be passed as it is, and the rest he will sort it himself with Ruto. So I believe this report is just something that was meant to keep Raila happy, and that's how our politics has been since Raila emerged in the political scene. So it's going to Parliament, and in Parliament it's where we are going to hear those people that have been calling themselves the fighters of Mwananchi. We are going to see Babu Wino. We are going to see the likes of Kinasifuna, who can't stand up to Baba and oppose what Baba said. So I think we should allow this report go and sail through Parliament and see what will come out of Parliament. But I also didn't anticipate this report to be something that Kenyans should be celebrating at this particular time, because what we could be celebrating is this thing that we are going to see in the next few days, that about the tax policy that is being brought to Parliament, the new tax policy that I have found time to go through in a little bit, that it says that there will be a lot of relief for the low income earners in that tax policy that is going to be discussed in Parliament in the next few days. I hope the members of Parliament will celebrate that more than this NADCO report that I saw some MPs in Senate already starting to get excited that they are going to get I don't know, the funds, the oversight funds. The CDF is going to be inclined in the constitution. The NGAF is going to be inclined in the constitution. But whenever we want serious things like the tax policy, you will see Babu Wino traveling to Uganda. You will see Peter Salasia going to hospital to visit some I don't know what. So I think this report was just some tool to keep Raila Odinga happy, and I'm sure it will be challenged in court as BBI did, and then Raila will be in AU, he will be happy there, and the report will go nowhere.
Thank you. That one is well noted. Before I bring in Ashley, Mary, can you just say hi so that we know you're following? Tujue ujalala. Hello. All right. As I wait for that, actually, I wanted to bring you on board. And before I bring you on board, I just want to play for you a small video. You started it, so you'll have to finish
a coup in a special general meeting ousting a board that has been in office for 18 years. Now, the special general meeting held in Nairobi turned contentious with 400 dealers from across the country pushing for changes and accusing the ousted board of complacency and handling issues that touch on them. Caroline Kiprop has been elected the new board chairperson, while George Kirade has been elected the first vice chairperson.
Around the very principle of shared prosperity, around transparency and accountability. It is my great honor to be given this opportunity to serve as your leader, to collaborate with Safaricom and an amazing technical team that has been elected to sit together and craft the best ideas that will give us a mutual benefiting relationship.
We have not had elections for 18 years, and this has been a proper legal process where members called for the meeting as provided for under the Safaricom Dealers Association Constitution. And the members of the board were actually here to give the information they were asked to give. So it's not a coup, it's been due process that has been followed to the letter.
So actually, welcome on board, and maybe you help us understand why do you think that the Kikuyus, there's a community in Kenya, are being threatened both politically and economically. I think that is where you started. You looked at the list of the people who are appointed. Majorly, people normally complain this list is only having one community or two community, but you came up in a different opinion that you see there's a community that is not well represented there, despite the fact that they're having numbers. You also saw what happened, and it seemed Rigathi Gachagua is being alienated or something like that. The video I've just played, for those people who don't know, that is there is a claim that there is a coup at the Safaricom Dealers Association. That is the SDA. These are the people that are normally authorized by Safaricom. The ones you see having, when you see an M-Pesa agent, these people report to those dealers. So most of them, majorly those people who've been having the most agents, if you look at them per tribe, which is not illegal to do that, majority are always Kikuyus followed by the Somalis. So there is a change in guard, and somebody can remember when the president during campaign promised kunyorosha Safaricom and such kind of things. So actually, the floor is yours. I'll give you how many minutes? Okay, a few minutes before we proceed.
Sure, thank you so much. And I'm going to start by saying, when you go, for those who've done composition or 101, you're given a passage and you're asked, what do you infer from this passage or from the first paragraph? What you write is not what you personally think, it's what you infer from the passage. I think I was misunderstood when I talked about the Kikuyus not being given appointed into these ministries. I was talking what I infer from that Gachagua, I was putting Gachagua as the topic and why he is uncomfortable. So it wasn't about me and my opinion. It was about what I think. Like it says, to infer is to make a well-informed guess. If your mom's bag is on the table, you might infer that she's at home. So why I think Gachagua was uncomfortable is because these things that are happening are communicating to him that Ruto is moving away from him. It is nothing to do with me. You understand?
I get you.
Yeah, so it is like I am reading him and what he might be thinking. So it is only him who can tell me whether I am right or wrong. But that was what I was trying to oppose Vincent, who said he should not be worried. But I was saying, thinking of the statements that Gachagua has made, that they made this government, and you will get a portion according to how much your shares are, I would think that he would be uncomfortable and he would start seeing the writing on the wall when Ruto appoints people and his people are not in it. It is not me saying that they should be given under a position they have numbers. Our numbers are only used, for my opinion, our numbers are used to enrich our kingpins. We are slaves in a plantation. That's what I said last time. We are slaves in a plantation. We are used to enrich our kingpin. The Azimio are slaves too. Look who goes to the street. Who are the foot soldiers? Who get the best?
Today, Raila's sister, somebody who is employed, that is doctor, was appointed and is going to be...
Yeah, but when they have riots, if she ever comes to those demonstrations that are called by Raila, she's in an armored car. But the people who get on the, like when in America they had those, when they call out for people to go and march, they don't come in cars. They come and walk with the people. Even now when they have the Black Lives Matter, those leaders that come don't come in armored cars. They come and walk. When the police throw tear gas, they run too. Which is different from Kenya. So please understand what I mean when I'm trying to get inside Gachagua's head and think why he might be uncomfortable and my opinion. Those are two different things. So don't mistake me when I start saying I have never supported that, that nothing would make me happy if all of them were Kikuyus. Because one, they don't help their people. We are still drinking water from the river. You see? So I am not there. I am not there. I have always asked that we choose someone according to what they bring to the table. Even though we choose the same tribe every year or every election, as long as they are the best qualified person in the whole country that we have found, that is who we should choose. Tribe should never be a factor. That is my opinion. But about Gachagua, I was saying, thinking as him. I hope I have made myself very clear. So you don't say that numbers. No, I am not that one about numbers, because our numbers have only benefited our kingpins, but not ourselves. If I had a bid, I would go to every Mount Kenya home and tell them to throw all those people out and we elect new leaders, because these ones are used to sell us, just like Raila is doing with his people. He's bargaining for himself, for his own self-interest. Look at this NADCO report. What does it help the food soldiers? It doesn't. Do you know what he said? He said he doesn't want it changed. So he's so comfortable.
Actually, I've heard them say when Raila is happy, Kenya is happy. Do you agree with that?
Of course not. Unless, well, if you want to be a slave, the other day, I said be a subject. A subject is happy when their master is happy, because when their master is happy, he doesn't mistreat them. But we are not subjects. We don't have a monarchy. We employ them. And that is what we need to tell our people in Kenya. They are not our little gods. They are not kings. Hakuna wafalme, hakuna kingpins. They are civil servants. And let me tell you, whoever is saying that this report is good because there will be peace. Pesa zitatoka wapi kama sahi hakuna pesa? Hawa watu wote wakilipwa alafu waongeza the gender rule. Is that more important than feeding people? Is that more important than taking kids to school? Is that more important than making that sure that every person in Kenya drinks clean water? We are misusing the money that we are collecting from people. Today in Thika, I saw somewhere where they had arrested some young men who have been going to this farm in Thika and stealing pineapples. They are charging them millions. That means they will stay in jail. So I'm asking Gachagua, yes, you're telling them not to drink beer, but you're not giving them jobs. Some of them have to steal to feed their families. Some of them have to steal because they are idle. Have you opened polytechnics? Have you taken them somewhere to keep them busy? Young people are energetic. Young people have a lot of energy. And if it is not used, even the Bible says, when David, when people went to war and he stayed home, what did he do? He went and raped somebody's Aaron's. He went and raped somebody's wife. This is what happened. So instead of imprisoning them, you should be putting them in diversionary programs. But this money that we don't have, if we are so limited in resources, how can we then expand those? I mean, like even Ruto should say no. I mean, Raila should say no. We won't take that. Use that money to lower the cost of living. Use that money that you want to give us to make sure that every child of school going age that wants to go to school goes to school. That money can be enough. That money they were given as allowance for sitting there and talking. Those are people who have money. They could have refused, just like Wamalwa did, Eugene. Say, no, we don't want that money. Give it to people who have been, the students that have been unable to go to school. These leaders are joking, and we are here supporting them. Unajua tuliitwa wajinga sisi, and we did indeed. Sisi ni wajinga. Last, Babu Wino, someone was talking about Babu Wino. Babu Wino, yes, did something very bad. He shot someone. Let me tell you, if he tries to assert himself, remember,
that is history, and it was
no,
dealt with
it was appealed. It was appealed. Body. Let me tell him to start. Tell him to start. You will see. I'm telling you, that's something on his head.
Actually, let me just ask you one question. I know maybe.
I'm not saying. I'm just telling you how they play these cards. You will see that case revive.
I want to tell you. I just want to maybe let your opinion on this. If you look at the Kenyan politics, those people who are accused of some heavy or some crimes that we think are worse are the ones who make it politically. For example, what propelled Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto to presidency in 2013 was their case at Hague, where they were both charged. So not charged, but they were both accused. And whenever people go for elections, you'll find that when the more people, those in Azimio kept on telling Kenyans how William Ruto ni mwizi, how William Ruto alichoma kanisa, the more he became popular. Like, the Kenyan politics is full of negative popularity. So do you think this one can work against Babu?
Today, Ruto is president. The reason that Babu Owino's case did not go anywhere is because Raila is covering him. If he opposes Raila, I'm telling you, if they take and put him in jail, nothing is going to happen.
Get you. Mzalendo, do you want to respond to that? I can see you are simultaneously shaking your head. Do you want to react to that?
This conversation. There is a conversation that is carrying that I really want us to get out of. This personality cult that we normally follow. I need us to get to a conversation or a conviction that we need to look at. If you go to your area where you come from, Leo, where do you come from?
I come from a place called Uganda in Siaya.
Which village in Uganda in Siaya?
My village is called Ukwala.
When you come from Ukwala, do you have clean water?
I might have been lucky that my nearest dam is being utilized. I'm lucky because
do you have piped water?
Of course, yes. I stay within town. Our home is within town, so I have
you stay within town, so you have piped water.
Yeah, but there are some who still don't have piped water.
And
we had clean water in my village. Then when they came to put electricity, I'm told that they used it when they were putting the electricity, they burst the pipes. And up to date, they have not fixed them. Why? It is the MP or something. They haven't followed up with whoever is in charge, the leaders that we have elected have not followed up to have it fixed, because the people who are putting the electricity burst the pipes.
You know why I'm bringing this kind of conversation?
Mzalendo, as you're bringing that, Kiambu elected somebody called Wamatangi. Wamatangi is not his official name. Kiambu, is an urban area. Actually, it should be a city, something like that. But they elected somebody who gave them tanks instead of giving them piped water. And that person was elected as an MP, a senator, and is currently the governor still giving tanks instead of pipeline.
Yeah, Wamatangi gave those tanks at the right time when the people needed those tanks. And that is why they saw leadership in him, that this is somebody who is providing for us the need. You see, when politicians go to the ground, they give the people what they need. Like you'll see them paying school fees, doing a lot of things that the people need, yeah, so that they can get to these particular positions. You'll see them doing arambes for schools and all that. Those are needs. Those are needs. Those are needs. Perhaps the conversation that we should be talking about is that how many schools are in Ukwala that have got electricity and they have got good toilets, and the education system there, and they've got enough teachers in the classrooms.
So actually, Zalendo, today you've talked the right thing. That is what I was saying. If we create jobs, our policies that will create jobs, we don't need to build houses. People will build their own houses. Like if you look in America, how the kids have, most places, the kids have school buses. The kids don't clean the classrooms. There are people to clean the classrooms. There are people to cook their breakfast and lunch. If we create this money that we are using for opposition, we should be sending to they can create jobs.
Yeah, you see, Ashley, the reason why I am bringing this conversation is because we want to change. We want to change. We are every day on these platforms, on various online platforms, with the same conversation. All right. Now, we need. Now, why can't we change the conversation to, like, today we are talking about Homa Bay County. What do Homa Bay County people need? Then we look at the leadership that they have, what they have achieved and what they have not achieved. Now, is this somebody who is electable in 2027? That way we will form a basis of argument that we need development, we need employment, but we don't need these personality cults that are ruling over us at the expense of a woman dying because they don't have a good hospital, or a child not going to school because the area MP is interested in the CDF instead of bringing a bill in parliament for free secondary education. You understand? Why should we be talking about Raila Odinga, William Ruto, and things like that? We need to go to the policies that William Ruto has implemented. You see, like the conversation on housing and how the policies was looked at and how people made a lot of noise, and the changes came because of, people making noise. Then if that would happen in each and every constituency, in each and every ward that Kenyans are in, then we will have a different kind of leadership coming in. It's a long shot, but that is now moving towards the right direction to achieve industrialization, to achieve good healthcare, to achieve infrastructure development, and to kill tribalism. All right, and to kill tribalism, because the people of Central Kenya, when they are electing a leader, they elect a leader knowing their problems. We have macadamia, we have kahawa yetu, we have all those things that they keep on putting on the line, that this is our milk, tunamwaga maziwa. Those are the things that they want the government to deal with in that time that they have voted. You see, now in Central, why we say Central economy is a bit is quite higher compared to maybe Nyanza, where I come from, is because of those issues. They put their interest under the leader that they have elected there to fight for their interest, and their interests are in what they have planted on the soil. And that is why you will find they are talking about Gachagua. This is the man who is going to take care of our interests. And that is why Gachagua is saying, Nyinyi nitawaangalia. You are stakeholders in this government. You need all the good things that come from government. But on Leo's constituency, they have elected a leader who is following Baba and is not in touch with what the locals really need.
I hope you're
And
using
so
that as an example.
I am giving you a good example.
No, because my MP, first of all, is not in ODM. My MP is having his
David.
own political party, yes.
I'm
David.
giving you as a good example. If he's in his own political party, then I am sure there's some development in your area. That's why you have piped water and all that. That is why you are developed. But if you go to your neighbor's constituency, you will find that they don't have good schools. They don't have access to medicine or good hospital. They don't have access to infrastructure, and yet the CDF is given all the time. So there's a lot of civic education actually that needs to be done to our people so that they know why they go to the ballot and the reason why they elect leaders. And after 5 years, these are the issues why we went for this election that has just gone. These are the issues that we are taking you back home. William Ruto, we elected you so that you deal with these particular issues. Have you dealt with them? No. We are taking you home because these issues are the issues why you became the president of the Republic of Kenya. Did you implement them? No. Do you need another term to implement them? No. We are looking for another person so that they can implement the issues. At national level, we are talking about the issues articulately. But at the grassroots levels, where it is most important in devolution, we are not talking about the issues of the people and what they need. That is my take on that.
Let me finish. I'll give you a minute.
Can I say something?
Just a minute, because I think my internet fell down when I was wanting to say, Raila said he does not want the NADCO report changed. They agreed on those by 50-50. Each of them had to give up some things. And what he gave up was cost of living. And they agreed to leave that for Kenya Kwanza to take care of it. That was his exact words. And I was very disappointed because people died because of exactly that. And that is what he was willing to give up so that they could get the opposition office. My question to the panelists and the viewers is, since there is going to be an opposition office, is the money that is given to parties still going to continue? And if so, isn't that double? Are they not going to be getting paid double? Because for political parties, and then again for opposition, and then again for minority, isn't that too much money going to the same people?
I think those are the questions that Kenyans need to ask, because already, but we don't know. Vincent, I'll give you opportunity because you are one person who told us that this report is good, it is going to bring stability. So one question that Ashley asked is that how is this thing going to bring money in people's pocket? Where is this money going to come from? I hope you'll explain that. Then secondly, the report, very well proposed for the office of the leader of opposition. And currently, the kind of the constitution we are having, we are somehow going to get confused between a presidential and a parliamentary system. We are having the leader of minority who replaced the position of the leader of opposition. So in the same question that Ashley is asking, is this one not going to be a duplication of roles and a duplication of funds, whereby funds are going to be paid twice?
Actually, we have really said a lot of things. I'm even I had a lot of things to say, but let me limit myself to the question first so that I can answer my sister Ashley in a respectable manner. Leo, first of all, I didn't say that this report is good. I just said that this report was meant to keep Raila Odinga and his supporters busy and occupied. and it really worked so well. That's why when I said that this report was meant to manage politics, which is one factor that I think even the Kikuyus were feeling threatened because their businesses were the most destroyed during the demonstrations. This is one thing that Ruto did for the people that were suffering from the demonstrations, and those people who woke up in 2022 and exercised their rights in the ballot by electing him as president. He had to do something for them that had to cost even the taxpayers money to keep that calm. I'm sure if it were in the US, because we remember when the elections were held in 2020 in the US, Joe Biden garnered votes and won against Donald Trump, the incumbent president then. And Donald Trump tried to cause a lot of problems, but the systems in America work so well compared to us, Kenya. And we've seen what has been going on in the US. Trump has been in and out of court now and again. I think William Ruto has done something that I'm sure even the leaders in Africa are watching, because managing politics has been an issue to all leaders in Africa. You can see what is happening in West Africa, for example. The problem is managing politics, managing the politicians. And managing the politicians must always be one thing that a politician or the leader must consider, because political instability is the reason why we are having problems in our economy. Because remember 2007, 2008 problems are the reasons why we've never recovered from what Kibaki had laid down a foundation as president in 2002. So I think William Ruto has really tried so much to manage the political instability and brought stability to our economy. That's why you're even seeing a lot of things now coming down. The inflation is really coming down. He's getting a good environment to try and broaden the tax base, which is one thing that I heard Ashley say, that we should create employment so that people can build themselves houses. You cannot you cannot create employment unless you are deliberate, as the president usually says. You must build an environment where the jobs will thrive. We can't just say that a president should be elected, or we should elect our leaders so that they can give us jobs. A leader must be deliberate when they want to give you a job, and they must create those jobs. There are a lot of people out here who don't have zero jobs. The people are struggling to even make that 500 that most of the people are making in Mjengo right now. So I think the president has really done well in managing the politics of Azimio. And this NADCO report, I told you in my previous remarks that it's just meant to fail in the due process, because we are going to see a lot of members of parliament trying to come to the ground so that they can listen to what people are saying. And the likes of Gadoni Wamshomba will always go with what the people say so that she can get elected. Know that she's perfect just because she knows how to play her cards well. Most of the members of parliament are going to hear people rejecting the report. Those people who are going to oppose this report, they are going to listen to them and go to parliament and try to behave like they don't want the report to sail through. And you will see it delay until maybe 2026, so that it's also something that can be used to manage the politics of 2027. So I think this NADCO report is something that is meant to fail from the beginning, and we are going to see it fail, because the critical things that Kenyans expected to be discussed in that report are the cost of living, which was key. But you see the silly things that we are seeing in the report of the official opposition leader, CDF, the NGAF. Those are things that benefit only those members in parliament and Raila Odinga. In fact, William Ruto is even the loser in this. The only thing he's won in this is that he's managed to calm down the people so that he can deliver his promises to the people. And I want to agree with what Mzalenda said, that it's time that we give our people civic education so that they can also understand why, when you are elected as a leader, you're supposed to, first of all, when you're elected as a member of parliament, for example, when you're elected to parliament, your job is to legislate and oversight the national government and make laws that favor Mwananchi. If we can do that as a people and as a platform, I think we are going to make people, when they go to elections in 2027, they are going to look at the members of parliament not because they are supporting Raila Odinga or because they are supporting William Ruto. That's the only way we are going to start, by cleaning that House of Parliament that I usually call the House of Jokers. That house is the problem that we have as a country. Another problem we have as a country that I think the president is really trying to solve is the problem that is with the institutions of government, the institutions that oversight both the county government, the judiciary, and the national government and the parliament. Sorry. Especially the control of budget, which is a very critical office that was created in the Constitution 2010. Another office is the Office of the Auditor General. Those are offices that have always been denied financial autonomy. They have been underfunded so that they can rely on kickbacks and goodwill of the president so that they can thrive and do their job. But we've seen the president, for example, in the cabinet, saying that we are going to change from the cash accounting to accrual accounting. And for those who does not understand what accrual accounting is an accounting method in which payments and expenses are credited and debited when earned or incurred. So if we go that direction, we are going to also see the same thing that happened with the soliciting of the pay bills into one. Those are those things that are less spoken of that the president is trying to do. You know, one thing I said here last time, and I'm sure most of you are in this platform, I told you that if you are a good leader, you must put your eyes in all sectors of government, especially those that are under seen, especially, for example, the issue of managing politics that Uhuru failed, and that is one thing that caused problems. Uhuru concentrated on making one thing succeed before he can move to another and to another. That's why we saw him saying that we are losing over 2 billion per day, which is something that I didn't expect Uhuru, president that we entrusted with power, to say. That's why I'm saying the president is trying to make sure that his eyes are everywhere. He's trying to manage everything. I have just told you here that he's bringing this new tax policy to parliament before we can go to the discussion of finance bill 2024-2025. So the president is trying to make sure that there are those things that you can manage as you are managing other things. That's what a good manager does. You put your eyes in agriculture, you put your eyes in finance, you put your eyes in making sure that the politics is favorable to the people, so that we don't keep talking politics from Monday to Monday, so that people can get an environment to go to work. I can tell you last year is the year I realized that a majority of the people that protest in Nairobi actually rely on these mjengo jobs that Ruto is doing now. I have around 10 people who used to go to Jacaranda to just attend those sittings every day in the evening, those Bunge la Mwananchi sittings. But since that Soweto 1 and 2 projects began, they have never set their foot at Jacaranda. They are busy working, and they are trying to make sure that they are feeding their families. So I think we must also acknowledge the fact that William Ruto has tried to manage one thing that Uhuru and Kibaki failed to do, managing the politics that is always a problem. You know, during the 2017-2022 period, we saw a lot of politics. William Ruto was in Mount Kenya every day. Every day we had Atwoli insulting the president. But this time around, we have seen a leader who has managed to make sure that even if Sifuna is at as a national television, is talking about the problems, not insulting the president, not insulting the leaders. He's trying to say what we as Mio could have done. He's trying to tell maybe if I can be allowed to use the name Trevor Ombija, he's trying to tell Trevor every day that if we as Mio had the government, we could have done this and that and this and that. That's the conversation that the president has brought. And you remember Mzalendo said, I don't know if it's Mzalendo or Jeff said that if the president can manage to bring the country together, that's one thing that we as Kenyans should be celebrating. And in fact, the first video that you played that we ignored, I don't know if there's anybody who's talked about that, about the ambassadors who've been appointed. This is the first, I think, if I'm not wrong, the first gazette notice that we've seen appointments that are balanced. We are seeing nine people from the Mount Kenya. We are seeing 4 people from Kisii. We are seeing five people from the Luo Nyanza. We are seeing around 9 people also from the Rift Valley. We are seeing around 6 people from Western. This shows that the president tried to balance this issue of appointments according to what the law says. In fact, Uhuru Kenyatta disobeyed 51 court orders, and I'm sure you can all remember that even Matiang'i disobeyed around 20 court orders. But in William Ruto's presidency, he is not disobeyed any court order. You saw the first court order that was served to him about the CISs. He disbanded the CIS's post. You've seen these people get appointed in various positions. You saw Isaac Mwaura being appointed
We've seen the order about the affordable housing. Has it been?
Yes, he's acting on that. That's why there's a new affordable housing housing bill in Parliament that is going to Senate. That's why you've seen the senior legal advisor to the president advising KRA to stop collecting a housing levy of the month of February. That shows that the president is trying to obey the court orders and is trying to make the institutions that we created in the constitution as the people to be independent. In increased funding to the judiciary. We've seen even today the president suspending one of the judges who was accused by the Judicial Service Commission to have gross misconduct. So we have seen one thing, and I will say the president is trying as much as possible to make sure that all sectors in this country are managed with a lot of professionalism. That's why he doesn't have to be everywhere. He has appointed teams that advise him on everything that he needs to know as president.
Thank you, Vincent. And before I bring Mzalendo, I think he has a lot, maybe to rebut that. Our viewers, this is Afrique 24-hour TV, and I just want to tell you some good news that from wherever you are within these 4 corners of the world, you can be able to get and eat some fresh fish from Lake Victoria. And this one has been made possible by one called Nelly, who runs Noel's Worldwide Fish Deliveries. So make an appointment so that you can order your fish and they get delivered to you, whether in Kenya, whether in southern parts of Africa, whether in the northern parts of Africa, America, Australia, Asia, or any other place. Don't just die there saying that you are craving for fish when you can order them from Noel's. Mzalendo, I saw you really overstretched yourself. You wanted to respond?
No. I was seeing like Mburu is so sleepy there. Maybe he wants to say something. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mr. Leo keep me padding for a very long time. That's what he does most of the time. I don't know if he forgot.
I think probably because you made your pronouncement like you are a UDA supporter.
So
not really. Actually, I would identify the person I'm seeing first because I don't read names. So if I can't be able to see your image, sometimes I assume you are taking a rest.
I stayed here. I tried to smile. I tried everything so that you can see me until I said, okay, let me hide my face maybe. Anyway,
you can proceed.
Having said that, I just want to make some summary of the many things we have talked about and maybe ask for some clarifications. You said that William Ruto made a promise to the women governors that there is a possibility that his deputy, or we might be having a woman deputy in 2027. I would like to get a clarification on that, and if possible, you play for us a video clip because I would like to know the context under which that was made. Not only that, you also said, I don't know whether you or Ashley, that the posture of the Deputy President Gachagua when they were receiving the NADCO report was insinuating that the Deputy President wasn't comfortable with the report or is feeling sidelined. That is why he was not going to hold the report when they were receiving the report. And after watching that video clip, I saw that the Deputy President was just being courteous or disciplined or having good manners, that he could not go to hold the report without being invited by the President. I think he's someone who respects his seniors, bearing in the fact that that is his boss, the President, and the former Vice President, Kalonzo Musyoka. So he could not go to hold the report uninvited. And that is why he had to wait until the President signaled to him that he can go and be together with them there. Many people are leading misfortune on what is going to happen between Rigathi Gachagua and William Ruto now that Raila Odinga seems to be working with the President. But I want to tell you, nothing will happen. I see a situation where the President, his deputy, and the former Prime Minister are going to work together very well, because if anything, Raila Odinga is not eyeing any position in Kenya. He want to become an international leader. So I don't see why people feel that Gachagua is feeling threatened. I don't believe so, because you only feel threatened by those you are competing with. So Raila Odinga don't want to become a deputy president. If anything, Gachagua has already captured his position, and the President cannot just wake up one day and terminate his contract, because that cannot happen under our constitution. So he is assured of his position for the last 5 years. Therefore, I don't know why anybody should think that Gachagua is threatened by Raila Odinga or by anybody else. Not only that, I just want to touch also on the issue of something that, if you can remove this thing you have put here, Leo, I want to be in the show when I'm talking. It's annoying to me. So can you remove that photo there?
Yeah, Leo, please remove that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was Mzalendo, I think.
Yeah. So when I'm talking, I can't see myself. Anyway, I wanted to revisit something that Vincent talked about. That Babu Owino, the people of Nairobi are prepared for the governorship of Babu Owino. And I want to say this: it's unfortunate that the people of Kenya choose crooked people to become their leaders, even when they know. In the history of the world, I have never witnessed anywhere or read somewhere where a leader took his gun, directed to someone, and shot someone in the glare of cameras, and people continue clapping and voting for that person. In the history of the world, not just Kenya. So as much as Leo wanted to cover that by quoting or giving examples of William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta having the ICC cases and what happened in Kiambaa, which to me, even talking about Kiambaa, is unfortunate because you cannot substantiate what happened. We should not try to cover up when people have acted in a way that it is totally acting contrary to every good moral, contrary to good virtues. So there is no way we can try to clean Babu Owino and say that he qualifies to hold a high position in the government or anywhere. because this is something he did in the glare of cameras. Take a gun, shoot someone, something that we don't have to go to look for evidence or to wait for the court to tell us that this is actually what this person did. If somebody can shoot someone when he is just a member of parliament and he feels that he can act in an impunity way, what if he is a governor? What if he is a president? So we have so many people who can replace him. We have so many people who can become leaders in Kenya. So anybody thinking that that is the only choice we have, to me, is unfortunate. But Kenyans, sometimes we act in a funny way, but that we don't care what our leaders do. So if it were, if it is me, I would never think of voting Babu Owino for any position. For any position, the court might.
Maybe you correct this. Let us not show some disrespect to our competent courts. We know it is the responsibility of court to.
Now, Rio, you have eyes. I have eyes. You saw what happened. Kenyans who are listening to me, they saw what happened. So
we were not there. You remember? I want to take you back to 2013. Let me take you back to 2013 election case where Ahmed Nasir said that
I don't want to make it an argument because I am also good in arguments. You know, I am good.
Videos.
I don't want to make it an argument.
Was present there, yes.
Leo, that is indefensible. It is so indefensible. And even the way he shot, it was not his first shot. He was so confident. If you, Leo, shot somebody, you would look scared. He looked very comfortable. And then he carried him like a sack of potatoes. The pictures tell 1,000 words. But Owino has shot more than that one, just by that picture. Oh. And that is the reason he will never be able to ascend to those offices that he thinks he can.
Actually, do you know right now somebody can have a photo of you seated
Leo, what are you trying to tell us? We don't want to go to that level of defending.
Leo, you're trying to defend the
I'm not defending anything. I want to say that,
yes,
guys, were you there during the 2013 presidential election case?
Let me conclude what I'm saying.
Ahmed Nasir, who told you,
you see, Leo,
presented a video.
You see, Leo,
Katie Kilozo presented a video. Can you remember the comment that
Leo? Yes. Leo, let me finish what I was saying. Anyway, I'm not the one who will be voting in Nairobi, but under the freedom of speech, I have to tell what I think. And when you have time, you can also say what you think. So this is what I think. Under any civilized society, in a situation whereby somebody has acted in an impunity way, taking a gun and shoot someone, that person should not be considered for any position. Even if the court pronounced that person innocent, we don't have to wait for the court to tell us whether he is innocent or not. Our conscience should guide us and tell us this person is dangerous. So if he was in a position to do that when he had no much power, what if we put him in a higher position than he is right now? So we should always be guided by the conscience, and also be in a position to defend the people who cannot defend themselves. The courts might be bribed, the judges might be bribed, the judicial system and everything. But we, the common mwananchi, should be in a position to look at him in the eyes and tell him, you did it. And because of that, as a punishment, we reject you as our leader. That is the only way we can have good governance in our country, because we have a say through the power of the ballot. Anyway, let me conclude by that. And I have I have no personal problem with Babu Owino, but I have a problem when we continue to defend criminals, when we know they are criminals. He is supposed, under good judicial system, he is supposed to be somewhere behind bars, serving a jail term. That is what I can say for now. Thank you.
Vincent, are you there? Vincent?
Vincent talk. It's my turn. Remember he was talking?
Oh, karibu tena.
Nimeingilia kidogo, so it looks like I've talked, but I haven't. I won't take long. Actually, I need to get off.
Okay.
I'm doing something.
Proceed.
But I actually wanted to comment on Vincent. That's why I know he talked. He talked about the NADCO reports and saying that it is used to manage politics because there are problems. The problems are being caused. Ruto cannot cause the problem, assuming he stole the election. And then you can't cause the problem and then appear to fix it, and then you're praised for fixing it. These leaders are playing with us. They haven't fixed the problem. Let me tell you, Ruto is seeing very far. What will happen in 2027? Either they will extend his term this time to 7 years, or after 2027, when he goes, if he gets the second term, which he most likely will, because he will have given all the backing dogs some meat to eat. So they will not be backing. Whatever he does, they will not back. Because you cannot bite the hand that is feeding you. So they will not back. And he knows they will not back. Because he will give them, bili yako, moja ya mwananchi na tano zangu. That is what he wants to do now. He wants to come back by throwing them some meat so he can do whatever it is that he wants. And me, what I see, he has seen fire. I see Uhuru. Uhuru just wanted peace. You are known. I mean, like he was just eating and not doing anything. Ruto has a strategy. And his strategy is to be another Museveni. Whether it will come to be or not, I am so sure that is his strategy. His long-term goal is that strategy. Ndio anatupa Uhuru kwa UN na Raila kwa AU. By the time Raila is done, he will either be bedridden or dead. By the time Uhuru is gone, so he's removed all the strongholds. And now he'll be the one, yeye ndio atakuwa kusema. Someone like Kalonzo, even though the election is rigged, as long as he gets the opposition, he won't care. So he will be a weak opposition. So si ati anaweka hapa so that he can do his job. He's put in there anawapanga so that he can eat and he can be a lifetime president. Let me tell you the way they have arranged this government. What is the need of opposition? I mean of a multi-party. Because if you become second, you become the opposition. And then still you're getting money for your party being a big party. And then still you're getting minority leader is getting money. So you see so much money coming in. Kwa hivyo vile wamesplit our national cake, wanakula wenyewe. And as long as they are quiet, they are banking on the citizen being foolish enough to be content. My challenge to you, citizen, is to educate yourself and free yourself from these kingpins because they are enslaving us in plantations. That is my challenge to us. Na kuna kitu nilikuwa nani acheze something you get from the clip that the NADCO report about the majority leader. There's something he said. He told Ruto, before you come, we have to give Gachagua a chance because it is not proper for anybody else to welcome you other than Gachagua. Why do you think he felt the need to say that? Kila nasema, not only is Gachagua feeling the heat or the temperature has changed, even people like the majority leader is feeling it. And that is why he said what he said. Because why would he say? Because Ruto wanted to come. He said, no, we have to follow protocol. Gachagua has to come and welcome you. Hapo ndio nilikuwa nataka nimesema mcheze hiyo.
Actually, we've seen that video. Let me disagree in totality with whatever Ashley has said in those minutes that we gave him. I want to disagree fully with whatever he just said. She just said. Number one, he actually does not seem to believe in our constitution. He does not seem to believe in the sovereign power that we, the people, have in the constitution. She tends to believe that William Ruto is some I don't know which worse word I can use. I don't know, a giant for the lack of a better word. let me tell you actually that William Ruto is a Kenyan who we've seen in many occasions try to defend the constitution, try to obey the constitution, and I've demonstrated here in my examples before you came to speak. Whatever you just said, I've said that he has obeyed the court orders that have been served to him by the courts in the past 1.5 years. So saying that he is planning to extend his term to 20 whatever to become a Museveni of Kenya is something that I believe. I don't know if you are speaking from Kenya, but I don't believe that a Kenyan who has stayed in Kenya for over 30 years now, since we changed from Moi to Kibaki, will believe that we can get a monarch type of leadership, or we can get a dictatorial type of leadership with the type of constitution we have.
Can I
want
please
to tell
interject?
no, let me finish first. Let
You're
me
talking
finish
about
first. You will interject. Let me try to disagree with you, because you just spent some 5 minutes trying to say some things that I'm shocked that you're believing that William Ruto is some giant or some devil that has appeared in the Kenyan political scene. Let me tell you that getting to extend your term as a as a president right now in Kenya is something that I don't think even William Ruto will dare do in his lifetime, because that lesson that Uhuru learned from trying to change the constitution in 2021 was something that William Ruto will live to refer to every day. And that's why you're seeing him obey these court orders, because sometimes the courts can be so rough on you. And imagining that he's brought Raila Odinga on board so that he can kill the opposition, I want to tell you that the opposition might be centered around Raila, but maybe the way you are arguing, you can also think, you can also analyze your politics from the perspective of maybe he's trying to create another opposition leader who can take over from Raila. Raila is not going to be there forever, and Raila cannot be the only person who is speaking on our behalf. So let me tell you that William Ruto is not some devil that has appeared in our politics. This is one leader who has demonstrated that we can work together and things and solve the problems of this country. I heard you say also that against my statements that I made about what the NADCO report was meant to achieve. And I gave my opinion that you disagreed with, and I want to also correct that opinion that I made. Let me say that this NADCO report was a report that was born due to the problems that we had started experiencing. If you are a businesswoman in Nairobi, you know how problematic it was to open your business during those weeks that there were maandamano on Tuesday and on another, I don't know, on Friday or Thursday. That's one thing that William Ruto had to, as a leader, come down and say that what is it that these people want that I cannot do? So if you believe that William Ruto is the one who created the problems that you just stated there, that he created the problem and he wants to act like he wants to solve the problems. Let me correct you, my sister Ashley. When William Ruto came to power in 2022, the problems were already everywhere. We were already losing 2 billion per day, as per what Uhuru said. The shilling was already losing value, and it was in ICU. It was just on life support. There was no unga, there was no fuel, there was no dollars in our reserves, and we were going.
Honorable Vincent, maybe just for maybe to make it factual, when you look at the rate of the dollar by the time Ruto took over, you'll find that our dollar was exchanging at 119. The highest was 120. So you can maybe look for the facts there. Then when Ruto took it, it went up to 160. He rose it to 160, then lowered it to 140. Which,
it's not,
if you do some mathematics, you'll find that it doesn't have any effect. From 120, no, I use dollars, so that is why I'm telling you.
You are actually wrong. You are actually wrong.
Then secondly, somebody is also talking of this. There is this court order barring Kenya from deploying in Haiti, or is that one not part of court order, or are you being selective?
Let me say what
I'm
I
not wrong.
was.
I'll give to you
That
the.
even they have
Yeah.
been told to take the money, the housing levy, they are still removing the housing levy from the government
Let
employees,
me
and they have been told to stop, and they have refused to stop.
actually answering. Let me answer Leo before you jump in. Leo is not the president who makes the dollar collapse or stabilize. There are parameters that we can have a discussion about and talk about what affects or what impacts the dollar or the exchange rate. But when William Ruto came to power, and you heard that from the governor of the central bank, they said that the shilling, the shilling was being managed artificially by the previous governor of central bank. In Uhuru's wisdom, they believe that by stabilizing the shilling artificially is going to give us that chance to get more cheaper imports. But when William Ruto came to power, his advisors told him that we are using a lot of money to try and stabilize this thing, and the parameters that help stabilize the shilling are known, and we're using money to try and stabilize is one creating a very big problem. It's like subsidizing the dollar. So I believe that when William Ruto said that let's allow the shilling stabilize itself, that's when you saw a spike to the lower to the let me use the forex terms. The shilling was weakening against the dollar, and now when we were out of the problem slightly, you saw the shilling go again gaining strength against the dollar. You've seen Nigeria and Egypt shifting from what they were by almost 50% of their shilling, losing value by almost 50%. So let me not dwell on that shilling issue and say that William Ruto has tried much as possible to try and solve those problems that we as Kenyans feel like if they were to continue, especially if the protests were to continue to 2024, there will be nothing that will be going on. Even the farmers that were receiving this subsidized fertilizer could not even have gone to farms, because even if the farmers could also go out to protest, we could not be seeing unga at 135 now. I could not be going to the farm
But I think, Vincent, maybe in this forum, I think the people who understand it's a basic knowledge, not only in Kenya, even when you are young, when you are in primary, that during harvesting, the price of maize is always low. Like during harvesting in my place, people would sell what is called gorogoro at 40 shillings. Then 3 months or maybe 2 months after harvesting, the same gorogoro will be sold at 100 shillings. Whereby those people who are rich, what you would do when it is retailing at 40, you'd buy as many sacks as possible so that you'll resell them back. So do we need to like acknowledge the government and say that, okay, you see, the president is responsible for the rains and is responsible for people to buy unga? There's some things that there's some market political talks that we should avoid, so that we can bring the difference between the politicians who are making some massaging the ego of their supporters outside there and the people who are now dealing with the real issues.
Let me say the following very fast.
I fail to understand how somebody who is maybe well informed can celebrate and stand and say that, you see, the government lowered the cost of unga.
Yes, let me say the following.
Unless you're living somewhere
number
else.
one,
Yes.
Number one, when the president came to office, he said clearly that we produced very, very little maize, which is a staple meal as a country. We produced a very, very few bags of maize, and his agenda was, let's work on increasing the production of maize and food that we import from other countries. And we were coming from a very, very tough climatic
Do you know
condition.
people in Brazoya were demonstrating because they are having maize, but the government is offering low price? Do you know that the Ministry of Agriculture imported maize while we are having enough maize in the country? Are you aware that the fertilizers that were given, the subsidized fertilizers, were not used in that previous planting season. So let us not engage on that. I think
Leo,
we'll be misleading people.
we've never had
Specifically,
enough
where we're
harvest.
having a forum where somebody can ask a question and get a response.
Yes.
Let us leave such kind of talk to forums whereby people don't ask questions and get response.
You are asking the question. Let me try to answer you. We've never had a harvest that will satisfy the country. We have always been importing a lot of maize, even if we had our own maize. So I was trying to say that the president said that we must work on a production of food. That's why he said, what is the problem in agriculture? He solved the problem in agriculture of trying to bring the farmers on board, registering the farmers so that we can know how many farmers that are on large scale, how many farmers that are on small scale, so that whenever the government is providing fertilizer, we know how many bags of fertilizer we order from outside the country, how many fertilizers we can how much fertilizer we can produce as a government to the farmers, so that we don't keep operating in blind sight that we are producing enough food when in real sense there is no even people going to the farms to cultivate crops. That's why he's even encouraging that we shift to also edible oils. That's why you're seeing him in Homa Bay all the time, trying to encourage the farmers to also shift to production of edible oil. We've seen him in Western trying to encourage the farmers of sugarcane so that we can stop importing sugar. So if we want to throw all the problems that happened during Uhuru's government
Not throwing. How do you encourage farmers to stop importing sugar, and at the same time, the ministry is importing cheap sugar? What is that an encouragement? And maybe just a matter of clarification. I've had so many people making noise about this subsidy. I don't know if Kenyans are aware that April 4th, when we had CS Munya, he is the one who introduced a subsidized fertilizer which was going at 2,800 for the people who are buying a 50 kg of DAP, and 3,000 the NPK. The ones who are buying that one called urea was 2,700, and 1,850 for CAN, 1,850. So when I hear people talking of 7,000, can we now be realistic and stop following this market and populist politics?
Leo, I have the answer.
Yes.
Let me answer you on that. The difference between the way, the logistics that Munya used and what Ruto used are different, because Ruto tried as much as possible to register those farmers so that whenever the fertilizer emerges from Nairobi.
Me, I'm a farmer. I'm not registered. Let me tell you, I'm a farmer. I'm not registered, but I bought that fertilizer. Does registration ensure that you have a fertilizer? Don't you know the number of people? Don't we have departments responsible for knowing how many Kenyans we are, which regions are doing agriculture? Is that one not?
Do you have a chief? Do you have a chief?
I'm a farmer. I do farming.
No,
I don't reside at home. I have a chief. That is not a role of chief. In fact, the chief position is illegal. I do farming. Today, if I want fertilizer, I don't need to go and register. I go to the shop. Are you aware that the people who are registered can't even afford those fertilizers? Last year, this year, when I was doing farming, I bought 5 bags, but I wasn't registered. So registration doesn't make people to buy.
Leo, you're misunderstanding me.
Leo, let me just interject just a bit, and then you continue with the argument. The issue of fertilizer, that one is under the bridge. William Ruto executed it so well that even the issues you are trying to raise right now are kind of irrelevant, and irrelevant in this manner that you don't know that government policies are implemented by the local administration in the village. The local administration is the chief, who is an employee of the government of Kenya. That is why they don't take political sides. They implement what the government is saying or where the government can't reach. A new farmer who is in my village, who has started farming today, will not be known by the government of Kenya but he will be known by the local chief. That is why the local chiefs were to give the numbers and the amount of bags they needed in that particular area.
So just a question before you. It's just a quick one, if you don't mind. I reside in Siaya. Siaya, we don't have enough land for farming. I lease acres of land in Migori because there's a lot of idle land. The people from that place don't like farming. So how will a chief in Migori know me and register me?
Yes, are you a small scale farmer or a large scale farmer?
The small scale or large scale, specifically in my place, like in my place, we lease land in places like Busia. My area specifically because I told I come from.
When you lease land as a farmer, you know that you are going to get seeds from Agrovet and a particular seed that suits that particular area. Then you will also have an agriculturalist telling you the type of fertilizer. There is a Ministry of Agriculture in the county.
I'm talking of the chief, the role of the chief in registering me to get a fertilizer. How will a chief in Migori know me?
If this is for government statistics to know that how many farmers we have in that particular area. That is data. But the chiefs will not be, you will not get your fertilizer in the chief's camp. You will get your fertilizer at the Agrovet that is in Migori. That is where you are going to get the subsidized fertilizer.
So do you agree that that data is misleading? Because in my village, they've listed me to be having less than half an acre, yet in Trans Nzoia, I've listed 5 acres. Are you not finding that one misleading?
In Migori, you chased your chiefs. In Migori, your chiefs were chased away by the farmers. They said that we don't want those subsidized fertilizer here.
Oh, I didn't have that information.
But still, they had some bumper harvest without, and they got the fertilizer.
You see, there are areas. Not every area is supposed to get some fertilizer. There's somebody in Siaya who is saying that they did in my village, saying that they didn't need those fertilizer. In my farm where we are, where I farm, we don't need fertilizer because the land is so fertile. But with time, people who have studied the soil and all that, they have got a name there. The scientists who study the chemistry of the soil will tell you with the time that soil gets exhausted. Just like you yourself, with the time you cannot produce more baby, you cannot produce children because you are getting old. Like a woman, when they reach menopause, the soil is also like that. So you need to each and every time inject things in it, because unapanda mahindi kila siku, they get exhausted. With the time, they'll get exhausted. But again, I want to take you back when Ruto was the Minister for Agriculture. Go and look at this guy's records. You are dealing with somebody.
That is the time that Mumias and most sugar companies in Nyanza and Western were shut down. You have to start with that.
You are not letting me finish. You are not letting me finish.
I know you'll ignore that. Start with that. That is the time that we had a maize saga, him and Raila's son, Fidel.
Yes, that is the time.
Sugar problem started in that time. That is when we started the importation of sugar, rice, and whatever.
That is also the time that ministry was voted as the best performing ministry in the
yet the industries were falling down.
That is the time. That is the time it was voted the best performing. He was voted the best performing minister.
By who?
And that is also the time. Remember, he was in government he was in the Nusumukati government. Don't you remember?
You have to agree that the problem that we're having in Western Kenya and Nyanza in the sugar industry came on its knees when Ruto was the Minister of Agriculture. That is when the sugar
let me talk about the sugar industry. The sugar industry, the government has been pumping money in that particular industry. What it lacks is management, because people in Western, my people and your people, are poor managers. The government does not need to start to produce anything. The government is not in the business of producing sugar. They don't need factories. That is not
The
the work of the
government,
government.
those in government are the ones importing sugar. What has killed the
Listen,
industry? Like what killed
that's what
Mumias?
this Ruto is saying, and what has been what the task forces have always recommended, that these sectors be taken back to the private, to the wananchi to manage. Buy that factory in Mumias, buy the factory in Mumias, and let it not be government business to inject money. What is the government business or the people's business to run the government business to run a factory for sugar? There is nothing like that. Give that to the people so that they can run it. That is the only way you empower the people. If that factory was your factory, Mumia's factory, and it is making losses because you have got old machines, you don't
Let
need
me
the
tell you,
government to come
Mzalendo,
in.
there's one thing that you'll
Yeah.
agree with me. The problem that is the sugar, the problem with the privatization. If today you give Mumias to, let's say, Rai, I'll use Rai as an example. It is a fact that importing industrial sugar from Brazil is cheaper than buying cane from farmers. I've been in Somalia. Sugar there is a half price what we buy in Kenya, and they import their sugar 100. They don't have sugar cane plantation there. They import their sugar. So Rai, a businessman, will think of, the main aim of having a business is to make profit. So what they'll think of is, why would I buy sugar cane from farmers when I can import industrialized sugar and pack it as Mumias? That is what killed Mumias when Kidero was there. Yes, Mumias was making profit, but immediately Kidero left. The next person who came there did not realize that Kidero was making profit.
So why are you saying Kidero killed Mumias and it was making profit?
He killed Mumias in the way that the company is about farmers. Farmers were
No,
taking.
I am asking you. You said in your statement that when Kidero was there, Mumia was making profit, but immediately
Actually,
left.
if you go to the books,
He was making profit.
How was he making
profit? But
by
remember, you know
what
what you don't know, and what you've been arguing here, Vincent tried to educate you a bit that there is no time. There is no time. There is no time in the Kenya. Just listen. Just be a good listener. Be a good listener. There is no time in the history of the Republic of Kenya that we have produced enough food. There is no time in the history of this republic that we have produced enough sugar. We always have to import to meet the deficit of the sugar consumption. We don't have, even if the sugar factories were grinding to a maximum 100%, there is no day that they will meet the need of the people of Kenya. I hope I'm clear. Yes.
I think I had the other day on FM, Spice FM. The problem is not the storage, because once they produce, sometimes they don't have the market, and they end up getting bad or spoiling it because they don't have proper storage.
Yeah,
that could be an
actually
issue.
Is saying the same thing, because what happens is this: you cannot tell me that Kenya is not producing enough sugar, yet when you travel you find the sugar that has overstayed. It hasn't been harvested. There is no market, and if you follow up, these things are done intentionally. Nataka Ile Kit is already telling you that they are done intentionally so that somebody somewhere can import sugar. These people even create. There's a time we were saying that we're importing maize, and when you go to a Singishu, you go Trans Nzoia, they're telling you that their maize is rotting. Why would the farmers complain?
Leo,
importing maize?
The CEO for Sony Sugar is a political appointment. The CEO for Mumias Sugar is a political appointment. Yeah, it's a political appointment. This is what it means. Today, Mzalendo, who has got no experience in that industry, will be taken to Mumia Sugar because he supports William Ruto or Uhuru Kenyatta to manage a sugar industry. Yet he has never managed anything in their life. Now, what happens when sugar is rotting on the farms? It is management. It is poor management. And it is poor management because most of these political appointments, they don't really know, political appointees don't really know what to do when they get to the factories. They are again taught by the locals, this is exactly what you need to do in this particular situation. But importation of sugar, you talked about Somalia importing sugar. Did you know that those wholesales you see in Isli, why they have got cheaper commodities than the local, that the Kenyans who are running wholesales in other areas? Did you ever know why? Why the unga bale moja pale kwa Isli
That
market?
one, I'll tell you why.
Tell me why.
Today, if I want to import something, maybe a container from China, it is half price cheaper to do it through Mogadishu port than Mombasa port. So it is government policies. We are having poor government policies.
Now, that is another area. Maybe that is one of the issues, but this is the issue. This is the issue that you should know. When you are exporting anything out of the country, there are some tax exemptions because you are doing business with the Republic of Kenya. So when you are taking sugar to Somalia, you are buying it at a good price than the local one who is going to have it in the local market. Now, when this sugar does not go to Somalia, this sugar goes to a warehouse in industrial area. It is repackaged and returned to a wholesale shop in Isili in the name that imetoka sijui wapi wapi, but ni ile sukari tu ya Mumias. Now hii sukari huyu jamaa ataiuza kwa bei rahisi kushinda ule ameenda ule wholesaler ameenda kwa distributor na kanunua unga yake ama sukari yake. That is what is happening. So when you see Somalians ati wana make pesa mingi sana, ati hao wanajua biashara kutushinda, they are using the loopholes in the export policy to return those same goods back to the country and sell them to you at a cost that they are making at least slightly little profit, but making a lot of selling, offloading a lot of stock in their store because of the price that wanauza hizo masukari na bidhaa zao. Hiyo ndio inafanyika Kenya. And serikali na KRA inajua, si ati wajui, they know.
Actually, Leo, I'm surprised that today you called me a Legio Maria kind of supporter of William Ruto. I'm surprised that you could use those words on me, and I've said here occasionally that whenever I support you, I try to make sure that whatever I say is a statement of fact. I don't remember saying some rumors in my remarks, and I've tried to remain a little bit.
Ashley will agree, will correct you that
let me
president
try to
have not disobeyed court order. We are having several orders: the Haiti, the implementation of the affordable housing. As you know very well, as they are still working on it in Parliament, he keeps on implementing it. He keeps on telling you how this one will have to be implemented.
If you were to be president today yourself, Leo, and you have a vision of maybe try to create jobs or try to deliberately bring up an agenda that you feel like if I achieve this agenda in totality without corruption, with zero corruption, or if it's implemented according to how I plan it to be implemented, then you will push it with all you have. You can try all avenues so that project is passed. I can tell you, if you could have read the ruling that was given to William Ruto last year, November, about the affordable housing bill, he was told that the tax, the levies was being collected in a discriminational manner, and that's what he was told to sort out before it was thrown out of the courts the last month in totality. But when William Ruto saw that this was going to go that direction, he tried to now follow the correct procedure of making now it a bill of parliament that has the regulations with them. So in that other story you just said about the deployment of police to Haiti, is another ruling that I read also, that the president was directed to pass get the approval or the official request from the Haitian government before deploying the soldiers to Haiti. He was also asked by the court to also interpret the legal requirement that the Kenya Police Service can deploy outside the country. Those are the kind of things that the president was challenged by the courts to provide before he is allowed to proceed. So if you're saying that the president is disobeying court orders, I want you to show me one that he is disobeyed, and show me how he is disobeyed, because in every court order that he is received, he's tried to dispute, except the only one that he told the people that siwezi ambiwa na koti for 5 years that we delay building the road because there is a case in court. And you've seen today, and I told you before, that he suspended one of the judges that has delayed 113 cases in court. Some are even have gone from 2005. That shows the incompetence in the judges that we have also. So sometimes let's not look at the courts as a clean. You just said here before that Babu Wino, who was acquitted, or whose charges were dropped by the courts, they are bribes that can be used in courts to make sure that some people are sanitized because of maybe the people, people above. So that can also apply to this to the affordable housing, or to the deployment of police to Haiti. So one thing I want to tell you, Leo, today is that the president is not only just trying to do things that you people agree with. There are people we will all disagree with. There are things that we will agree with. We agree together, especially that issue of farmers, and we talked about it here last time when I told you that the reason why there were maize in the farms is not because the government did not want to buy sugarcane. It's because the farmers could not allow their sugarcane be cut from the shamba before they are paid their previous dues. And as a business person, how can you lend someone another product when he himself has not paid the previous debt that you lended him the other day? So the farmers were also trying to play that so that the government can feel the heat. And I support that, because sometimes the government or these companies tend to joke with farmers. You saw what happened with the maize millers. They were given free access to import maize from outside the country. The companies imported maize and retained the prices at 230. So we have a problem that in this country, that there are few people who control how the prices of commodities are in this country. Even if the president can try to intervene, most of those companies are privately owned, especially the milk company of Kenyatta family, that we all agree that they monopolized the milk industry until it almost collapsed. until they had to intervene after he got elected. And still you can see there are a lot of milk products found in stalls in Nairobi that passes through the border of Uganda without inspection, because the people who are doing that business are well connected. So Leo, we can all follow people the way we follow them. We can, but there are things that we can all agree that even if you are blind to the fact, we can't have a better leader who can do everything at the same time. We must have a leader who boldly gets out and try to do things deliberately. He is not perfect, and I have told you before that he is not perfect, and he will never be perfect. But he is tried as much as possible to try and manage these problems and sort these problems that affect the people at the bottom of the pyramid. You saw when he went to Western Kenya last month and tried to talk to the farmers, and then some members of parliament who have used politics of the sugar companies to get elected several times, trying to tell him Tawe, so that he buys the fear that the people will be behind their members of parliament because they elected them. And he told them, I've brought 300 million here to pay the farmers who have never been paid for around 6 years. He pays the farmers that money. Have you seen the farmers complain that they have not been paid? Have you heard I think you also Mumia's sugar in our shelves now. There is Mumia's sugar everywhere in our supermarkets. So sometimes we might all disagree
there
with
is
what the
Mumia
president.
sugar, but the company is the machines are not running. We've been seeing there's no single day I've failed to see Mumia sugar.
Did you hear what
Mumia has been bailed? Ruto is not the
just
first
look
person
at
to give cash.
just take
How many
a few
times
seconds.
when Uhuru was visiting Western, I think the company that he was giving money is Mumias. What Mzalendo was saying, the government has been doing that one every time, and no government will allow Mumias sugar to run. Ruto will not do
take
that.
a few seconds. Take a few seconds and go to Peter Salasia's website, Facebook profile, and put that post that he posted and say that I have heard for the first time in 5 years the machines in Mumias running. Just pull that post and show us right now.
Peter Salasi is a politician. Tell me to go to Mumias over the weekend, then I'll go to Mumias over the weekend. When I go home, that is why I pass through. From Mumias to Ugenya is just a stone throw away. So the issue of sugar in Mumias and being bailed and everything, I'm telling you, Ruto
kindly do that for us, because
allow Mumias to rise. When
why?
he's having Kidero,
why?
Today, let's welcome Kenyan Revolutionary. Let us not wind up before he says a word. He will really be bitter. I've seen him here. Kenya Revolutionary, finally, the NADCO report was handed over, and Raila's sister is also given some job. You've seen it.
Yes. Can you hear me, Leo?
I can hear you. So do you still believe Raila is going to Bondo?
I didn't think he was going to Bondo. Raila will stay with us for the foreseeable future because he's not going to AU anytime soon. He's not qualified. He doesn't have a degree. He's a fake engineer. But anyway, let me just start saying hi to everyone: Zalendo, Ashley, Jess, Honorable Vincent Machoka, and Leo. I know you're about to wrap up. I'm not surprised about the NADCO reports. The NADCO report have been saying that's his plan B because he knows that he's not going to AU. Actually, I don't know if you heard today that the AU are trying to pass a law, rule, or whatever, that this time they'll give it to a woman, a lady. So that's already will disqualify Raila Odinga, despite the fact that he's a class 6 dropout. But anyway, so this NADCO thing is what they'll push because he wants the prime ministerial position, and then they'll give one day official opposition and all that. We already see his sister, who is rumored to have a child with Ruto. I can confirm that, allegedly. Let me say that.
So the problem with you is you come with rumors. That is the only problem we have with you.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have because they usually turn out to be true.
Well, where did you get this story?
No, Kenya Revolutionary. Today is not Sunday. If it was Sunday, I would believe that you've used those things called roho, yeah? Juogi.
Yuogi Roho have told me that. But anyway, uh, let me go away from that. Miguna posted it in his page about that Akinyi having a child with Ruto, but let's get away from that. It's not important. What's important is the kind of nepotism that is happening, especially after the perceived handshake. Now you see people who are Raila friends and relatives are getting positions. Again, who is the biggest loser in this? We, the Wananchi. Those of you, Leo, remember when I was telling you here that stop going to Mandamano, you are going there for no reason, and you almost killed me. You are threatening me. You even didn't want me to come here. Now you see, to Kogoro Moja, we are 0-1 again.
They were quoting the Constitution.
Yes, while breaking it at the same time, because they were not peacefully mandamanaring. They were banning things and doing all sorts of things. But anyway, I don't want to attack you, Leo. I enjoy debating
me. You know
it.
very well you can't prove there are no parameters that defines what peace is. We don't have an SI unit for peace. There are some people that that little fracas is what they call peace, according to them.
Leo,
like right now, people in Haiti will tell you that Haiti is peaceful.
No. We are talking about Kenya, not Haiti. If you ban a shop if you ban a shop, Leo, that is not peaceably mandamanaring. Okay, let's not try to be clever here. As far as Ruto, anyway, let me make it short so other people can talk. But let me just say this: I go back to what Kiamtata says, which we've known. He mentioned something in Spice FM. He said, Kenya, we are being ruled by these heads of party coalitions. The legislative body, Wandai goes to Raila Odinga, and the Kenya Kwanza side, Ichungwa runs to Ruto, and they make a rule. That's why I mentioned it was very hypocritical of Sifuna with 16 other senators complaining that, there was no debate about the affordable bill and there's no public participation. While when the NADCO was passed, there was no public participation, was none of that. And even the judge, Tande, the High Court, he said this NADCO thing is not anchored in law. It's unlawful, so let's not pay attention to it. But they will pass it because they want it. They want to change things. They'll do things illegally, just like the Haiti things. I think Honorable Vincent was talking about the Haiti thing. It was ruled that it was illegal because in order for Kenya to send troops to Haiti, they have to have a reciprocal agreement with Kenya, which we do not have. So Ruto went and brought that fake Haiti prime minister, who cannot even land back to Port-au-Prince to sign that renewal. And he will say, in fact, there's some police officers who are saying that they don't want to go there because that's a death trap. Why would you go there? But anyway, all in all, in summation is, I think it's time for us, both Kenya Kwanza, Independence, and Azimio, to start exercising our sovereign authority, because in order for us to be sovereign, we have to be together, to have a people, to be people. The majority of us should be together, because we can only be sovereign if we are a democracy, a rule by the majority. We are a constitutional democracy, okay? Relying on Ruto or Raila is taking you nowhere. Ruto is a Western puppet. He's wasting everybody's time. I hear you people talking about Sony Sugar and whatever sugar. He's not going to do anything about that. Ruto has to listen to IMF. IMF wants you to extract your products, sell it to the Western companies, and devalue your money against the dollar. So there will be no real meaningful industry in Kenya. He has to do what the IMF tells him, while they get the money which they receive from IMF, which makes them rich. That's why you see Murkomen and what's his name that went to Mombasa to meet the Mombasa governor, engineer, wearing a watch that is worth 9 million Kenyan shillings. So we are being played, all of us. It's like someone to say, I think Ashley said earlier, we're in a plantation. We are in a plantation. It is time for us to actually get together and realize that these people are playing us. But anyway, I'll leave it there so others can talk. Nice to see you, Jeff Mburu. Nice to see you, Ashley. Nice to see you, Honorable Vincent Machoka. Leo, it's always a pleasure. And Zalem, of course. I'll listen to others.
Thank you. I think next to you is Ashley. Yeah, she can.
Oh, I was wondering when my turn would come up. Yeah, try and limit, have a time clock so that we can all participate and not get lost, because you talked a lot of points, and then if you're not writing down, you forget what you wanted to say. And I have a request for the people, the owners of this channel and the other channel of Jake's. I know Mzalendo just came from there because I looked. And I think we are better together than apart. We do better together than apart. I want to appeal to you. If you can work out where you can have a whole week, does one day, the other one does the other day, instead of having two shows running at the same time, because we want. That is my appeal, because I could do better together than apart to be able to help our country move forward. So please think, and that is something that you can work on. So I wanted to ask, what is the purpose of government? The government is there to protect its people, to keep the society safe, that is maintaining law and order, to resolve social conflict, which means promoting social justice. And I was wondering, what does social justice look like? Okay, and being responsible for a stable economy to ensure economic well-being and to provide public services. I have not seen in these things that I've read, 4 of them, where the role of government becomes to create employment. So I feel like our country, or Ruto, is diverting from his role and for the role of government to where they are going to creation of jobs. That is for the people. What they need to do is create a good environment for jobs to flourish, and then the jobs are going to be there. But I don't think they are venturing or getting too much into a personal space, into a personal business. And I think that's where the problem is. I know Vincent is talking about what Ruto is trying to do. And I feel like he's going outside of his mandate, because he should say he promised, he swore to uphold the constitution. He should stay within the that within that constitution. That is what he should rule under. Because we are a democracy, because we govern ourselves. And since we cannot all go and talk, we have representatives that we have chosen so that they can go and represent us. Yet, when Ruto goes and tells them to vote a certain way, you have to wonder, are they there to represent Ruto or us? I know someone said Wamushomba is doing this so that she's learned how to play the game so that the people can elect her. But that's what they're supposed to do. They are not even supposed. I might have, like, if you chose me to go and represent this group, my personal opinion might be different from the collective opinion of the group. When I go to represent the group, I have to give the collective opinion because I am representing the group. And that is the same with Ruto. He has what he feels should move the country forward. But the majority should win because we are in a democracy. We gave him the mandate. What he failed to tell us, he didn't break it down for us. There was no transparency in how he was going to accomplish what he said he would. I like what Mzalendo said earlier, that we need to talk about how we, the people, are going to be represented, because we are evidently not represented. These leaders are not thinking about us. They are thinking about ourselves. And if we don't do something, there is a book that says Rich Dad, like the Rich Dad something. Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
Yes.
The poor dad will have a poor kid. And by us being complacent, what we are doing is setting our own children to be also poor, to not have opportunities, because our children will be ruled by their children, because their children had the opportunity to be whoever they want to be. Yet they want our children to be watu wa munjengo. See, ati wawezi, they can do better, but they have not been provided the opportunities to do better. Someone should go to Mujengo because they want to go to Mujengo, not because it is the only opportunity available. Because when Ruto's kids, they do what they want because they have the opportunity. Our country has enough money. I hope someone takes this bill to court and says, Ruto told us he's going to do this, this, and this. So before he does the NADCO report, he needs to stick to what he said he is. This should be an added bonus. This should be a bonus on top of what he said he will do. So after he finishes with the promises that he gave us, then he can do. We will give him permission to do this NADCO report because he derives his power from the people. And we have to stand up. We have to put our voices together and we have to say we matter. And if they don't, we have to come up with a way to put out to change the constitution to where it says not only is a president going to swear to give oath, he's also going to sign a contract that can take him to court if he breaches that contract, because we take him at his word that when he swears he's going to keep his word. But because our leaders have proven that they are not men and women of their word, then we have to go and get hiding so that you can take it to court. He said he's going against what he process, and we can hold them to account, and then we can stop them. And let me tell you something, the last thing about this Haiti thing, I think sometimes we have to look for other ways to fight these leaders. These people in America here, you know, this Minnesota lady, Somalia lady, someone needs to visit her and tell her to bring it to court. We need to tell them that their president is forcing our president to go against the constitution. I am telling you, we can stop it by Biden telling Ruto, I don't want your people, because when the people of America speak, their president listen. When the people of America talk, their leaders listen. So when you're dealing with an American, the best thing is to go to the Americans and tell them this is what your leader is doing to our people. Because you can't fight Ruto. Ruto doesn't care about the Kenyans. He will do what he wants. But let me tell you, Biden is not the same. If the people of the US learn, or even their leaders, their senators, their congressmen and women, that Biden is going to another country and making them go against the constitution and he's involved, they can stop him. So if people are serious about stopping this thing about the Haiti government taking our troops against what court order has said, I think it is time we started engaging the congressmen and women, the senators in the US, and tell them to tell Biden to stop working with Ruto, because Ruto is working against the court orders and against the constitution of Kenya. That is my submission.
Maybe just a question, Ashley. You're talking of these guys signing a contract and such kind of things. I think they normally have what is called an oath of office, and they normally take an oath and swear. If they can't obey that, do you think there's any other thing that they can obey?
Yes, because you can't hold someone by what they swear. Your word is your bond. So for your word to be your bond, you have to be a person who has integrity. Our leaders do not have integrity. When you go to sign a lease, if you want to lease a property or your house, you sign a mortgage. It is because the bank cannot just say that you're swearing you will pay. They want to hold you to account. So they make you sign a legal document that when you breach it, they can take you to court and that contract can be nullified. Once it is nullified, then you cannot stay a 5-year term. We should make it to where it is not a guarantee that you can have a 5-year term. You can come and go against. When you're given a mandate, you have to work within that mandate. Anything outside of their mandate should not protect you. In Kenya, they say you cannot sue the president. He cannot be sued as long as he's acting within the constitution. We should make it to where, as the people, that he can be sued if he goes against the constitution, because then he's outside his mandate.
That is noted.
So,
I don't know if you get to
actually, are you implying that we change the constitution because we the people are the people that Ruto told that this constitution is bad for us, but we went on yapping and saying that Ruto what? Right now we want him to be also the victim. So let me tell you, Ashley, that Kenya is a developing democracy, and we are not perfect, and we can never be perfect, and we can try that, but we can always have people who will pull us down. And the best way we are going to win this war is by first of all making sure that our institutions that have to defend the constitution are independent, and those institutions that are supposed to be defending our constitution are courts, and we all know what happens in the courts, and that's the problem we have. If we can have our courts independent as the Supreme Court of America, then we can be sure that we, the people, can stand against the president. The only thing we can do as people, as a Kenyan revolutionary said, is by uniting and kicking these people out of power. But by just saying that we use America to stop, we use Biden to stop the president from doing whatever he's doing.
No.
Biden cannot intrude the business of another country.
I say specifically the Haiti.
It's UN. It's the UN. Kenya is among the countries that are in the UN, and the UN is the one that is forcing this. And President Biden being the big brother in the UN, those people that I don't even value in my life. The Joe Biden being the big brother is the one who is also interested, because Haiti is the poorest country in America, and that is causing problems for the greater Northern America, and that's why Biden is also interested in making sure that if we Americans have gotten a problem in solving the problem in Haiti, why don't we allow other member states in the UN to come in and try to help Haiti? Maybe then Haiti can find peace in their colleague Africans.
You know, Vincent, that story of Haiti, initially when Ruto accepted that proposal or put forward that proposal, Kenya was to add the police forces from other UN affiliated countries that are going to be in Haiti. But I've been trying to dig and see how many African countries are going to Haiti. I've not come across any African country. Maybe I've not been looking at the right places, but Kenya was to lead other African forces that were going to Haiti.
There's one I know.
Oh, one you know? Now, okay. Which one? Guinea.
I think it's Guinea. Yeah.
Yeah, there are several forces that are going to Haiti. But what really made me think like, okay, wait a minute. Biden, initially, American soldiers were in Haiti, and he withdrew all the forces that Americans had in Haiti. And all they were doing now is to guard the embassy and only that. But the rest of the forces, the peacekeeping force that he had deployed in Haiti, he withdrew all of them. And his reason is that they don't want Americans to die in Haiti. All right. That is the
Let me give you a few of the countries that.
Let me just say this: the first role of government is to protect its people, and Biden did good because he was protecting his people. He's not protecting his people.
Yes, that is the role of government. The role of government also is to ensure that other people also are protected. Yeah. So the fact that we are going to be we are going to bring stability.
What other people, Mzalendo? When you say what other people? What other people? Other people outside of the country or just Kenyans?
No, first when we have protected our country, then you have to look at your brother also, what is going through. And if you can offer an helping hand, you go and offer an helping hand. What is America doing in Ukraine? What is America doing in Israel?
It's responsible or brutal to send police in a war zone. How
It's
can
not,
police help
you know,
If Americans are running, what
I
makes you
want you
think
to
that Kenyans
understand. I
will
want you
manage
to
it?
understand. You know, this argument, like the police are the ones who are being, the police who are in patrol are the ones who are being, the ones that you meet every day with a Karungu and an AK-47 are the ones being sent to Haiti. No, the government has got a very special unit, even more trained than the army itself. Did you know that?
Yes,
That
Mr.
in
Lendo,
the
listen to me.
GSU squad,
Hold on.
in the GSU squad, there are companies that are even more trained than the army, the army itself.
Zalendo, and
I don't
that's
think you
why
know that.
this is the point of contention. That's why it's so problematic, because the issue is this: it is sending the police force. Okay, now you're right by saying that Kenya has an elite police force that are highly trained. They're not highly trained than the army. That is stretching the truth. But that's why the judge, the High Court judge, ruled the way he ruled. He said, in order to send the police force, this is not the army, this is a police force.
Yes.
So it's different. Okay. And in order to send a police force outside of the country, they have to, that country that we are sending it to, we have to have an agreement with them, a reciprocal agreement, which says if Kenya is not stable, they can send their troops here in Kenya to stabilize Kenya. And if they are not stable, we can send a police force, not army, police force to their country. But Haiti does not have such agreement. Okay? And that's why they
Haiti does not have a government.
There you go.
Haiti does
They
not
used
have
to,
a
but
government.
that, as it stands right now, they don't have. That's why I'm
Yes,
saying.
that's why we
Okay.
must send people to restore normalcy. We must send the police to restore the constitution.
Okay, listen to me, please. Listen to me carefully, because I'm about to say something very carefully. You cannot send a police force in a country like Haiti. If the UN came to Kenya and say, hey, Kenya, we need help with Haiti. Haiti is burning. Can you help us with your army? Because Kenya is maybe part of the UN, United Nations. They can send their what? Army, not police forces. This is the contention. This is a police force.
No.
And that's why, listen to me.
Just finish.
I'm finishing. That's why you need to go to look at the Bald's argument between Otiende Amolo and Canaan when they were talking about that issue. And it was very clear, okay? You cannot send a police force to a war zone, okay? If it was an army and Kenya has an agreement with the United Nations, they can send our army to go renew. Police force and army is different. Okay, that's why they're saying it's illegal. You have to have a reciprocal agreement. That's what our law says. So I agree with you, Vincent, that Haiti has no government, but legally we cannot send our police force to go stabilize things.
I don't agree with you. Police force
go read the judgment.
So police force have been sent before. Kenya has done this
illegally.
before in so many countries.
Illegally, it has been done.
What do you mean
before.
illegally?
What does illegal mean? Moi sent forces in was it in Somalia or something?
Uhuru we have sent forces in Liberia.
Even in was it what
I
Europe,
think
Bosnia.
Kenya Revolutionary, to help you, there's one thing that Mzalendo is contradicting. We'd send forces. We'd not send our police force. We've sent army. The case of Liberia, those other missions were successful, and we still celebrate people like Major General Opande up to date for restoring. But in this case, we are talking of police, not army. The role of army.
Just Google because you are on the net. Just Google where Kenyan police force have restored peace in war-torn countries. Just
go. But even before that,
and what were the legal procedures? Did they follow the legal procedures?
They were legal
Sending
deployment.
is not the problem. Was it deployed legally or illegally?
It was illegal.
And I think that's why the Prime Minister was here.
And he can't
Which
go
Prime
back.
Minister? That's not a Prime Minister.
The one for Haiti. Who was that here in this country?
They got that person from Jogoro. They cannot even land in Haiti. He's in Puerto Rico.
That
He
way,
can't get back there. He can't get. He can't get back
you are now
there.
peddling room
Okay, I was being
propaganda.
facetious.
He was here, but ever since the big
That is
boys
the
have
prime
captured
minister
the
from
city,
Haiti.
he can't land back. He can't go back.
No.
Let me say that the Police Act of 2011, you know, the constitution is in the making process, and we just didn't anticipate something like this will ever happen. That's why such kind of acts are not encroached in the constitution. That's why I can say when the government was challenged to prove that there is a law in the constitution that can allow deployment of the police outside the boundaries of Kenya, they had now to try and convince the courts that we can do that. So I'm saying that we made the constitution of Kenya 2010, not that we made a document that will permanently be there to be not changed.
Vincent,
that's why
Vincent.
we have. Wait a minute. You will
go to
interject and
Report's page. He has the judgment there that he highlights where the judge.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that. That's what I'm
Right.
trying to say, that in Haiti right now, the problem is not the forces. The problem is not the war. The problem is there is no law in place that will even allow the government to collect taxes to run its businesses. That's why the police are not going there to shoot they are not going to head to war with those guns. They are going there to try and restore the constitutionalism. That's why we are just adding more hands. We are just wait a moment. Wait a minute. I explain what I'm trying to say.
Those are guns.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That we are not going there to war. There is a lot of ways that we can solve the
How
problem.
are they going to do? They are going to talk to them and preach to them.
No,
you people
that's
with
not the
guns,
way.
you are fighting,
That's
and
not
you
the
want
way,
to
because
you're not going there to war. How do you go to a war zone saying you're not going there to war? Then you're going to
ask
get
yourself,
killed. These people
what are
told
the
their
people?
that don't come back. He has not gone back. And then you're not going to war.
Okay,
Maybe
let's
he
give
means
Vincent
they are
time.
going there to be killed.
Give Vincent time to make his point. Give Vincent time. Give Vincent further time.
Actually, one moment. You know, if we Kenya, let me use Kenya as Haiti now. Let me use Kenya in this for argument's sake. If we were in war and we just overthrew the president, and we are not we have no constitution that is giving us even this freedom to debate the way we are debating right now, because whatever we are doing right now is not in Haiti. So if we were in that situation and we are not at war with the way Somalia, the Al-Shabaabs are doing, those gangs in Haiti have their cries that they want to be heard. And if you listen to the remarks by that gang leader the other day, is that they have their cries that they want to be heard also, but the US government cannot lead such kind of because they always show interest before they start the mission. That's why the UN has asked those countries, other countries, to also deploy manpower, so that as we go through the talks and the mission, we must have a decorum. We must have those people who have no interest in Haiti. US has interest in Haiti. That's why we must have other people who does not serve the interests of Haiti. That's what I'm saying. The humanity in Haiti is the one that is calling for the police to go there. We could have sent the army if we were going to war, but we are not going to Haiti to war. We are going there to restore constitutionalism. That's why the people are fearing that these gangs are going to shoot at the police. The police are not going there to fight, and
of course they
the
are going
police
to
are trained. The police are trained to shoot when you are shot at, and when you are facing
Vincent,
danger. That's when they are trained to
Vincent,
shoot.
just a minute, just a second. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying this: we Kenya, we have a law that before we send our police force, we have to have an agreement with Haiti. That is what our law says, and that is what the judge said. That's why we cannot send our police force to Haiti, because Haiti does not have a reciprocal agreement with Kenya.
Who are we going to agree with if they don't have a government in place? They have an acting prime minister.
Simple question. If they
but
don't
it's
have
not
a
our business
government,
to.
then it means we cannot agree with the gangs, so we don't have any business with the gangs. You cannot tell me that the police are not going to shoot, yet they're going to be shot at.
We
These
don't have a
people,
legal
when
authority
Kenya
to
goes
go
there,
there.
we are going to serve the interest of the US, and the US already, you've said, is having interest there. So when they see us, they're going to see us as those people who've been sent. We are the puppets of US who've been sent there to represent US.
Leo,
We are going to suffer the same.
Leo, let me tell you that there are around 11 countries that are sending the troops to Haiti, and I'm having
So how
a
many
document.
countries should send? Are those
I'm
ones not
having
enough?
Pardon. Let me go take you through what I'm reading. I'm reading a document here that from the US Security Council that is showing that there are countries that have agreed to send their troops, and there are countries that have agreed to finance and facilitate the peace talks. And I can read you countries like Spain, which we know Spain is a very big country and a well-developed country that is going to send their police. Jamaica is in the list. Antigua is in the list. Belize is in the list. Senegal is in the list, and Bahamas. And we can talk about Chad. We can talk about these other countries that Nani said before. So it's not Kenya that is deploying. Kenya is just leading the process. If we are going to have, for example, a commander, the commander will be Kenyan. Not that it's Kenya that is going to war with those commandos or
I
those
think
gangs.
that one sounds
So
shallow. You can't lead without a troop.
that's what I'm saying. If Kenya is going there as Kenya, we are going there. We are leading with our troops of 1,000, but we will be the command.
Vincent, the problem that the place where you're messing up is you've mentioned those countries, which is fine, but our law in Kenya, listen to me. Think about Kenya. Our law does not allow us to send our command center or those police forces or whatever forces to go to Haiti. It is none of our business. We cannot legally go there because we don't have a reciprocal agreement with Haiti. That is what the court is saying. So we cannot send anyone. Any Kenyan cannot go to Haiti to do that, regardless of how many countries are willing to go help Haiti, or whatever the case is. That is what I'm saying, and that's what the court is saying.
Yeah, I agree, and I've also found a document here saying that Mutunga argued that the planned deployment of 1,000 police officers will not only be unconstitutional, but also form a pattern where government officials disregard the constitution at will. That's what I'm saying. We have not deployed the police because we have not solved that puzzle, and we are not going to. Maybe if the president is going to disobey that law or that court, he must also face, or the cabinet secretary must face the parliament, so that we can also understand what is the reason why you have to deploy against the constitutional requirements. I personally don't support that move because it's very, very unconstitutional. And the reason why I feel like we also should be careful in deploying such kind of a move is because we are going to create a trajectory where that our leaders are going to be doing things against the will of the people. That's why I also suggest that we strengthen our courts. That's why I started by saying that we need to strengthen our courts so that whatever they say is law. The word they say can be respected by the leaders. So the problem is not the president. The problem we have in Kenya is the courts. They might have made a very good ruling, but they seem not to be
The
firm.
president is breaking the law, Vincent. By president signing that with that fake prime minister, he was breaking the law because the law already prohibits him from doing that. That's what I'm saying. The courts are not the problem. The court has done their job and saying, President, lawfully you cannot send our troops there. So it is up to the president to respect the rule of law, and he's not doing that by going ahead and saying, I'm going to send the troops. That's what I'm saying. So the problem is not our judiciary. Actually, the judiciary is one of the one arm of government, which is our last hope, which are keeping Ruto and the administration and the legislative body to behave themselves. Otherwise, we don't have a country.
So,
my opinion.
besides Rebel and the other panels, maybe I can ask this question. Besides the constitutional constraints or the constitution barring these police from being deployed, do you guys feel like Haiti deserves constitutionalism to be restored, or do you feel like if the constitution could have allowed us, we could have deployed the police despite the risk?
Yeah, I mean, listen, everything you do, especially if you're going to intervene in another country, you have to do it lawfully. So if the constitution allowed us to do that, we could have easily said, hey, listen, we are going to gather some police force or army or whatever the case is, or go through the UN to send our army to stabilize the situation there. But like I say, anything that you engage outside of your country, even within, we live in a world of laws. There's laws in here, like Wanjiru told us, hata mbinguni kuna sheria. If you're going to do something, you have to do it within the law. So if we have that agreement, yes, we can go there, but it has to be voted on. You know, we have to, because if people don't want it, you can't do it. So to answer your question, it is not our responsibility to stabilize Haiti. Haiti can be stabilized by maybe US and the countries that want to volunteer to go up there. Now, in the future, if we get to an agreement with Haiti and they have a similar situation, then the president can say, hey, listen, I'm citing this law that allows us to go to Haiti to help them because we have a reciprocal agreement in place to do so. So as of now, it's too bad we can't do anything. We can only sit and pray for the people of Haiti, but we cannot intervene lawfully. I hope I answered your question.
I agree with that, and that's why I'm saying that because the functions of the UN are also categorically stated in the constitution of the UN, and we are party to that, and we agree to the UN requirements, and maybe Kenya is leading this. This is my personal view. This is not anybody's view. This is my personal view, because we've seen that we want to negotiate for a place in the UN Security Council, and maybe Kenya is trying to prove on behalf of Africa that and other African countries that have joined that we as Africans can also deserve a seat in the UN Security Council, so that the decisions are not made for us. Because majority of the decisions that the UN make are just monopolized and commanded.
Even if we were to go through the UN, a resolution has to be brought in the UN for the member countries to vote on who wants to go there and who does not want to go there and who will go. But so far, I haven't seen any resolution agreed upon brought in the UN to vote for people to intervene in Haiti.
Let me read you that. Let me read you it there. In Asema, the UN Security Council authorizes Kenya and others to deploy police to Haiti. Wanasema the resolution 2699/23 was endorsed by 13 of the 15-member council, including Africa's representative Mozambique, Ghana, and Gabon, and now authorizes the deployment of a mission that had raised controversy on its legality in Kenya. So it was voted and agreed.
Then I stand corrected. I'll look for it. I'll stand corrected then.
Okay.
Can I say something? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, what I wanted to say, remember the reason they are fighting is because their president was killed and the prime minister that is there is not elected and he has refused to hold elections. So they are telling him to step down. They want to hold elections and they want to be led by somebody whom they have elected. So when we go there, it's like we are enforcing an unelected person who has refused to step down to continue staying in power. So that is also
the president.
The
president.
They said it was his wife because she wanted to become the president. Remember, I don't know whether you saw the story. Mercenaries came from the US, but they were of Colombian nationality. That's been like a few years ago. So,
and the prime minister was imposed by the US.
I don't know who imposed him, but the reason they are fighting, we have to remember, is because the prime minister has refused to leave and or even to hold elections so they can have someone who is elected. So why would we go to reinforce a person who is not being elected to stay in power? Because by us,
those are the questions we need to ask. Yeah.
they're having a revolution. So we are going to help someone who has not been elected to stay in power. That is why we are taking our troops. And I was listening to another commentary today, and they were saying 1,000 troops are too few. They are too few. The troops that have offered, they are too few. They need more than that to make any change. But we have to ask, what is the morality in what we are doing?
We also must ask ourselves what is happening to the people of Haiti, who also needs humanity to step up and help them, because the people there are sleeping hungry. People are sleeping outside their houses because they fear that they are going to be attacked. So we must also, as we tread carefully, we must also realize that Kenya was in a crisis in 2013 to around 2017, when Al-Shabaab was attacking us left, right, center, and we had to rely on US intelligence to try and curb that. So as we fight against these kind of things, we also must remember that we rely on CIA intelligence to also secure our borders and to also fight those threats that we see in other countries every day.
Just
yes. He's actually saying something, or the network is.
I don't think. Maybe we.
Yeah, I was saying something, and I think I was. The US, I heard that the US is getting tired of the prime minister because he has delayed in setting a date for Haiti to have an election. So actually, if you look closely, if you follow the politics of the place, he wants to stay in power without being elected. And that's why they are telling him all he needs to do is step down and the fighting will stop. If he doesn't, there will be massacre and genocide. That is what Barbecue has told them. And Barbecue is whoever they are calling
head of the
gang.
He's a gang leader, because they are assassinating people. He's a gang. So as much as we want to praise him, why are they killing people if they are doing the right thing? So if they were doing the right thing, they could not be killing people. So that's very wrong. You can't force people to join the rebel. If the people don't want to join your rebel, you don't kill them. You don't assassinate people that go against the rebellion. If you want to lead a rebel, just solicitize people, let people join you. The same way Kenya, we believe that Raila has a following that whenever he says that I am calling for a protest on Monday, they don't have to be bought to appear on the streets. So these are Haitian gang leader.
He used to be a gang leader. He actually, most Haitians, just go and Google on YouTube, you'll get more stories on this. Actually, the people are supporting him. He's not killing anybody. If you have looked, you have not seen any pictures of anybody being killed. It's just them with guns. What they are trying to do is scare the prime minister that he. That's why they are threatening him that they'll cause a genocide. They have not done anything. And most Haitians are supporting them. I don't support them.
I don't agree with you, Ashley, because this gang killed the president, killed the president of Haiti. This same gang, just a few weeks ago, they raided a police station. Is it a jail? They raided a jail and released over 5,000 inmates. This same gang are controlling the distribution of relief food in Haiti. They are saying you have to pay them. You remember how it used to happen with the Mungiki sect? They are behaving like that you have to pay them in order to access services. What one of the panelists said is that for the forces to go there is to restore law and order. There is no order apparently in Haiti. There is no order. Even if they were to conduct a free and fair election, the gangs are controlling most of the rural areas. And worse still, I remember there are children who are supposed to go to school. This is a country where no kid is going to school because of the gangs. Yeah, and it is sad. Some of the services like water and things like that are not there in Haiti anymore. They're controlling almost every entire like 60% of the country. Now the police force in Haiti cannot provide law and order. Most of the forces who are in they have either deserted and joined the gang, or the police that are remaining are very few compared to a population of over 11 million people. So that is what is happening in Haiti, and that is why the UN had to intervene. Remember the issue of the genocide in Rwanda, and why people later on complained why we had to wait for so long for so many people to die. Remember that question each and every day.
Happening in Haiti. What I'm going to do, I'm going to send you the video I saw, because it says even there are others who are not gangs. Everybody in opposition is against the prime minister, whether they're in gangs or the gangs have formed together to help. But also there's another leader who is an opposition leader. She's against the prime minister, but she's saying she's not with the gangs. So she is also against, but she's not with the gang. So even the citizens are against the prime minister, and some of them are supporting the gang to help them, and some of them are not supporting the gang to help them. But the majority of the people in Haiti want him to leave or want him to conduct fresh elections, which he has refused to do. That is what, and I'll send you the two clips I listened.
Yeah. That one is also there. There's a lot of stories being floated up and down. The internet is full of madness. You'll read so many articles about the Haiti. What is authentic is what maybe we need to look at. The politicians you're talking about, they are the part of the problem in Haiti, not the gangs. The politicians are the part of the problem. The politicians are the ones who facilitate these gangs. They are the ones with the money. They are the ones who facilitate these gangs to do whatever they are doing. So those gang groups that you are seeing in Haiti, they are affiliated to political groups and politicians. And that's why there are so many, and they are working together. They are not really like fighting each other, but they want to get control of each and every territory. So for example, if Kenya was Haiti, you would have a gang. You'd have a gang, China controlling Kisumu, or Baghdad controlling Kisumu. Then in Central, you have another gang leader controlling Central Province and making sure that each and every thing that is happening in Central is under their control. That does not mean that we will not have a county government running. The county government knows, and they fear these gangs after what happened to their president. Remember, the president was massacred in his palace, massacred in front of everybody, and we saw that on TV. So this is serious. This is serious, and we joke about it. We don't want to help the innocent children go to school in Haiti because we want to sit in our comfort zones in our countries. Canada is joining. So many other countries want to join and help this restore order in Haiti. So it is something that we need to look at soberly, without looking at we are taking people to be butchered and things like that. We must see that no more that the rule of there is the rule of law in Haiti, and elections are conducted. So every country, including the UN Council, which we are a signatory, is saying enough is enough in Haiti. Let us do something about it.
And I agree with you, my brother Mzalendo, because I know the security concern of our police is one problem that everybody is having, but you know, the mothers, the women in Haiti who cannot defend themselves are the ones who are demanding that who wants the help of this police. I also care that these police are risking their lives to go to and protect our mothers and our women and our children in Haiti and our brothers and sisters, because you know that there's that doctrine that says that scrub my back, and I remember Leo said this sometimes in the back when we began the interview. Leo said that scrub my back, I'll scrub your back. You know, sometimes we don't know what will come to Kenya in the future, and I don't want to say that we might end up in that kind of scenario. But if one of our one time in the future we end up in such kind of a scenario, and we hear from the news that there is a restriction in a country that has offered to come help us as a country, that there is a constitutional restriction that has binded them from coming and help our mothers and our women from restoring peace and normalcy in Kenya. I don't know what the Kenyan people will feel. So this is the same thing that when the judges are making the rulings in the court, I expect them to also consider that if it were Kenya and there's a judge somewhere sitting to make a ruling of such kind of a magnitude, what kind of impact will that ruling make if you rule against, or what kind of a magnitude will that ruling make if you rule in favor? So I think this issue of Haiti is an issue that as a country we must also stop taking sides and try to reason that if this mission was to be a success, and I hope and pray that it will be a success, what credit will Kenya take, and what will that show of Africa as in general? So I think, despite the legality, I think I hope that they will find a solution, and Haiti will also get the help that it requires. We've lasted for around 4 hours. I don't know if there is a lot, anything more remaining for us to say, other than.
I think we are done. The only thing I needed actually to read for me is the police motto. When you're signing to be a policeman, kuna ile nini, na hata inaitwa slogan, inaitwa utumishi kwa wote.
By the way, I've read a comment. There's a comment here from one good year saying that the gangs have killed over 8,400 people in Haiti. I don't know if that is true, but if that is the reality, then we are in a problem. Haiti is in a crisis, and it needs help. In fact, the gangs does not need have to kill. The hunger itself is killing people. The people are sleeping outside. The hospitals are collapsing. There are no services being rendered. So the people can just die because of such kind of instability. Besides, it doesn't have to be the gangs murdering them. But what will be the reason why the people are dying is because these gangs have refused to allow also the country to go back to normalcy. And I think that will be a very good closing remark from me. And I ask those countries that have stepped up to go to Haiti to just lead by example, so that also the Kenyans can see that it can be done. And I hope that when the police succeed in this mission, those people who are naysayers can come back to say that we have a very strong police force. And by the way, I heard Mzalendo say that we have a very, very serious police force that is training better than even the army. I can confirm that because there is a police force called the Commandos and the Reke Squad that are trained for such kind of situations. They are trained for hostage situations. Those are a police force. They are not in the army or they are not in the military. So I think those are the kind of people that we are sending to Haiti. We are not sending our traffic police officers. We will send some of those technocrats that does not do the field work. Those who will be helping in solve the matters behind the scenes. But those people who will be guarding the camps and trying to bring normalcy wherever it needed, we will need those kind of people who are trained for such kind of combats that will when called for duty, they will come up and do their job as required, because taking a crucial government properties or people taxpayers properties like hospitals and airports is collapsing the economy of Haiti, and it will take them over 100 years to recover from that. You've seen what has happened to Rwanda. Rwanda has taken a lot of years to try and make the economy resurrect from where it was, and I don't want Haiti to go through that, and I don't want my Kenya to ever go through that, because that's what Somalia is dealing with. But I want to also acknowledge the president of Somalia for trying and showing leadership, and I hope that the leader that will be made in Haiti will show the same kind of leadership. Thank you guys for listening to me tonight, and I hope that tomorrow or next week, when we commence the political shows, we will engage more on factual issues, and we stop throwing those words that I call that will stick. When you say something that will stick somewhere, and people will hear that you say something. Let's be factual, and let's always keep it Africa 24. And I salute you guys, and have a good night. Those who are in Kenya and those who are in America, have a good evening.
I think Ashley is next, huh?
Okay, and please next time just time us so that some of us are not talking more than others.
Noted.
My closing remark is that the government's first responsibility is to its citizens, to protect them, and it's good to go to another country to help them, but we have to do it responsibly. If it's a war zone, I think we should send the right kind of military and the right amount of military, so that we do not suffer casualties, and if we do, that there will not be a lot of them. Second, even though we are sending troops, or they will go to Haiti, whether they are from Kenya or other countries, I think UN should pressure the prime minister, who is not elected, to hold elections, because the people of Haiti are saying that is the reason they are having problems. They always have problems, but I think that should be a good starting point for him to be pressured to get an election, so that we can see if that will stabilize the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll give it to Mzalendo.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Leo, for for inviting us into the show today. I think we have deliberated on so many issues. We started with our country. Now we have landed in Haiti, and those are important political discussions. And more importantly, are the solutions that we are bringing on board. We could be having all these talk shows each and every time, but at the end of the day, we must talk about the solutions to the problems that are affecting our society. I welcome the discussions on civic education amongst our people. I also welcome the discussion to scrutinize really if these leaders in our country are actually taking us for a ride, or using us to get to get into government, or to get favors in government. Kenyans out there, you are all alone. You need to think and remember, those who are watching us, those who are on the panel section, remember in Kenya, 8 million people did not vote because they thought that the current crop of leaders did not represent their view. So there are 8, or probably by the year 2027, there'll be another 9 million or 10 million Kenyans out there who will not participate in any election because they feel that they are not represented. I want to take this opportunity to urge the members in the middle class who do not participate in politics, who are in social gatherings only talking about politics and they do not have these meaningful discussions, to join this panel sometimes and vent out or share what they have. Lastly, I want to congratulate Bobby Wine for being nominated for the Oscar Awards in his film. That is a good sign for the youth throughout Africa that we are moving in the right direction. Otherwise, good morning and good evening wherever you are. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Mzalendo. It was a great show. It was a great moment having you guys together with the ones who've already left. We also had Kenya Revolutionary on the comment section. Goodyear was there. Ramesu Yegon, not forgetting Ruto, Joffrey. Who else? I saw somebody called Esther Mbatia, Nataka ile kitu, and everybody who managed to join the show. It was really great when we meet together and discuss matters Kenyan politics. So keep it here at Afrique 24 TV, as we will always be having such kind of shows so that we can be able to discuss. And it is great that people have now moved from complaining and now we are looking at possible solutions to the problems that are ailing us as Africans and as Kenyans. So let us meet tomorrow, same time, same place. And don't forget that we're also having some other programs that may excite you. So don't forget to check on our channel frequently so that you can be able to find some other programs. And to ensure you don't miss these ones, ensure you subscribe to Afrique 24 Hour so that whenever we are live, whenever we post any video, whenever we post any update, you will always be notified. I just want to wish you a good morning. It's already morning here in East Africa. It's already some 20 minutes to 4. And a good evening and good afternoon from wherever you are. Bye.